Good evening and welcome. I'd like to call this regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of the San Felipe Del Rio CISD to order. Today is May the 20th, 2019. I'd like to again welcome each and every one of you in attendance. Thank you for being here, recognizing the individuals that are performing and the awards that are going to be presented tonight, but most importantly, for your participation in our meetings. Madam Secretary, would you call roll?
Yes, sir. Mr. Contreras?
Present.
Mrs. Guanajuato Webb?
Present.
Mrs. Haynes Sanders?
Here.
Mr. Mesa?
Here.
Mr. Oberfeld?
Present.
Mr. Smith?
Present.
Myself. Sir, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Let the record show that we do have a quorum of board members and that this meeting has been duly called in accordance with the Texas Open Meeting School Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. At this time, we will have opening ceremonies, first with a moment of silence for personal reflection, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. If we could please stand. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. If I could ask the board, if I could say a few words, I just want to say from my family to my school family, thank you very much for the many acts of kindness during our most difficult time. Thank you again for all of you that assisted us during the most difficult time that we're facing from my family. At this time, we are under item 4 on the agenda, recognitions, fine arts recognition. Ricardo Rios. Is Mr. Rios here?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, board. Aldo Morales, one of the assistant band directors. I'm here on Mr. Rios' behalf. And we're going to go ahead and get started with the dance company will come out in a second and perform another tidbit. We're moving ahead on with the bells, the recognition of the bells. And now hand over the mic for Ms. Kayla Lopez. I'm sorry, Kayla Lopez Rodriguez.
Go ahead and hold the trophies. Hold the trophies. Samantha, hold them up. Everyone needs to carry it. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Dr. Rios, school board members. My name is Kayla Lopez Rodriguez, and I'm the head coach for the Queen City Bells. And I would just like to recognize the girls' achievements for this year. So our year started, our first acknowledgement or recognition happened last May, where we got a proclamation from our mayor from the city of Del Rio. Our Queen City Bells are considered local ambassadors, and he hereby proclaimed the month of May as a selection of the 46th annual drill team line, Queen City Bell 46th anniversary in May of 2018. That was our first recognition. Our first award for the year was in September at the 16 de Septiembre parade. The girls received Best Overall. In the parade. So they did good. They had a lot of fun in that parade. The second award they received was in the Christmas parade. It was Cowboy Christmas, and we had one of our bells as an angel, and we received 4 awards from the city of Del Rio. We got Most Creative Float, Best Marching Unit, Most Creative, and I can't recall the last one, but it was a special award. So 4 awards from the Christmas parade. And in December, and it went to January 1st, New Year's, we had our seniors represent the city of Del Rio and the Queen City Bells in New Orleans, performing in the Sugar Bowl. It was Texas State against Georgia. And the girls received an award, a participation award, and were also invited. So the girls represented very well. We had some people actually recognize the bells in New Orleans that don't live in Del Rio, so that was something really cool to feel. So that was that award, and then it came to competition season, and we went with Showmakers. First one was, Showmakers of America out of Texas State. We competed in San Antonio. Second through third, our officers went to Texas State University and competed at a national competition with Showmakers, and also received Best in Category, and also received a sweepstakes award. And then from there, we went to another team competition with Showtime International in April 5th and 6th, and this is where the girls did awesome. We took a total of 7 routines with our officers, our team, and we had some solos. And we received Judges Awards, Best in Category, Supreme Award, and Sweepstakes Award, along with the Grand Champion, as you can see the big trophy right there. And to finish our year, we had to apply, or we had to sign up and to participate in the Flambeau Parade during Fiesta Week in San Antonio. And this parade is the largest illuminated parade in the nation. And Queen City Bells, we had to apply. Like I said, we had to send a resume, and they liked what they read, and we were invited. We went, and we marched the parade, almost a 3-mile parade. And with that, the girls received first place in the high school dance division. And this is the first group to participate in the parade. And because of this group and because of our performance, we now have an open seat every year at the Fiesta San Antonio Flambeau Parade. So the girls had a busy year, a lot of hours, time, commitment, and I couldn't be any more proud. We have a good group, and getting ready for next year, we will have a total of 59, but this group right here is set the bar very high, and I would like to congratulate them. So congratulations, Queen City Bell, on a great year.
Congratulations.
Winter coat, the one you love to wear, so I keep feeling close to what's beyond compare. The moments waking up, you catch me in your eyes. my pillow that holds me in the night, and I would find my strength to untape my mouth when I used to be afraid of the words. But with you I've learned just to let it out. Now my heart is ready to burst, 'cause I feel like I'm ready for love, and I wanna be your everything and more. And I know everything you say, but I just want you to be sure that I am yours, that I am yours.
Thank you, dance company. The dance company received 5 first place awards and sweepstakes overall at their competitions. I'm also talking instead of Miss Rod. Miss Rod had her daughter had a baby, and so she had to fly out and handle that situation. So, yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and move on with the recognition of the middle school bands. Okay, so middle school band. We're going to recognize the concert band that went to UIO concert and sight reading, and the symphonic band. The concert band is under the direction of Mr. Andrew Bassler, and the symphonic band is under the direction of Mr. Jesse Brijalba.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and all the members of the board. On April 16th, the concert band traveled down to Eagle Pass for UIL concert and sight reading contest. And on stage, we came very close to getting a Division One. Not quite, we got a 2 and just like a couple points shy of a 1. But then the sight reading room, we got a Division One, and that's how you see the plaque that we have right here in front of us. They played harder music than last year and really stepped it up a notch. And for that reason, we're very proud of what they accomplished this year. Ladies and gentlemen, Del Rio Middle School Concert Band.
Good evening. Go ahead. This is our Del Rio Middle School Symphonic Band. Our symphonic band is made up mostly of 8th graders and a few 7th graders. And we went to Eagle Pass for the UIL concert and sight reading contest. And the band did really well. They scored straight ones from all of the judges, which is the best score you can get. And we're very proud of them. We got straight ones in concert, and we got straight ones in sight reading, and therefore we earned a sweepstakes trophy. So it's Del Rio Middle School Symphonic Band.
Good evening. My name is Josue Gonzalez, and I'm the director at Del Rio High School for the choir. And the students that you are seeing on stage right now are just a small portion of the group that went on April 18th to compete at the concert and sight reading evaluation contest that we have. This year we received a superior score on stage and an outstanding score in sight reading. This is the highest they've ever received in the history of our school. Well, actually, since 1983. I think Mrs. Melinda remembers that year. She was part of that group. So these kids have done a great job, and we're really proud of their hard work. We are still not done. We have another contest coming up June 2nd and 3rd at UT Austin, which is our solo ensemble competition, where we're taking 15 soloists, looking for a top prize at that contest as well. So we're really proud of their hard work, and our concert's tomorrow. You're more than welcome to come here tomorrow night. So thank you very much, and this is Del Rio High School Choir.
So the next three groups are all part of the high school band. So all three groups went to San Antonio on April 3rd. Concert and sight reading. And for the first time in school history, all three groups received sweepstakes. The top group, the Wind Ensemble, received straight ones from all judges. That's under the direction of Mr. Ricardo Rios. The second band, the Symphonic Winds, is my group. They also received straight ones, and that is the longest streak they've had in school history is 3 in a row. So we're proud to have many first time occurrences, throughout the season. And then for the first time since 2015, we have the concert band have a sweepstakes under the direction of Ms. Julia Donnell. She doesn't have anything to say. She's a second year teacher, so it's really great that she's able to pick the kids up to the highest level of competition. And so, with that being said, I believe that they are the only school that received, all three groups received sweepstakes. It's a very hard thing. It's something that a lot of schools talk about and a lot of schools dream about, but very few schools actually achieve. So thank you to Del Rio High School concert bands.
Again, we applaud all the efforts of our young people and also their great job with all our instructors that we have, including Dr. Ricardo Rios, who's not here today, but he's in charge of the Fine Arts Department in our district, and the fine work that all the individuals under him do is awesome because it shows in our students, and they go on with the fine arts, whether they are ready to attend the university or not, they're well prepared in our district. And so again, congratulations to all our young people that did an outstanding job, and again, to their instructors as well. At this time, we're under item 4B, 4B, recognition of Lisa Evans Nielsen, Amistad National Park Service Supervisory Training Specialist, contributions to San Felipe Del Rio CISD. We'll turn it over to Mrs. Linda Webb.
Miss Lisa, what can I say about you? Let me start. Miss Evans joined our city back in 1998. At that time, I don't know what campus I was at, but let me tell you, I have been working with Ms. Nelson since 1998. So she, through the National Park Service, and I know there's two gentlemen with her, I don't know if they're supervisors or they're nodding, they are supervisors. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining Ms. Lisa. Lisa, through the efforts of the National Park Service, has provided educational opportunities to the students of our district for 21 years. Those educational opportunities were for third, fourth, fifth grade students in the areas of birds of prey, archaeological fair for fourth grade, birds of prey were for third grade, every kid in a park for fourth grade, Shulma, field trips and activities for fourth grade, houseboat trips for fifth grade, Seminole Canyon for sixth grade, Dino Day, which is coming up pretty soon. Yeah, free advertisement, Miss Lisa. Earth Day, among having various classroom presentations for second through fifth grade. All in all, I did some calculations, more or less estimating that we have at least 3 third grade classes in every campus, 3 fourth grade, 3 fifth grade. I know we have more than that, but just calculating 3 per campus for each grade, over 21,210 students. So much to this district, and I know it wouldn't have been possible with your fabulous supervisors not approving some of these things. So you're an amazing lady. Back in 2000, Ms. Evans came to one of the campuses that I was at. And those of you that are familiar with Beanie Babies, she brought a Beanie Baby Dalmatian dog, which I still have. And she told me that she was giving me that because I was a spark at different campuses. But let me tell you, Lisa, bigger spark than you? Never. You're an amazing lady. On behalf of San Felipe Del Rio CISD, we want to thank you for all the services you have provided through the National Park Service for our students. And not just the students, the teachers. Because I can tell you that there are many students out there that will not forget these trips, especially the houseboat. Those are amazing, and I see people nodding in the audience. So at that time, would you please join us up here, Mr. Mesa and Dr. Rios have something for you. And I don't know if you want to bring your supervisors, because without them, I don't think this would have been possible at all. Also, I want to add that even though the National Park Service is losing Lisa, our school district is gaining her because she will be employed in her school district teaching science. And I guess she'll be volunteering now for the National Park Service. Yes, ma'am. You need a mic? Lisa.
Thank you.
Superintendent Dr. Rios, thank you. Mr. Mesa, thank you very much. Parents, thank you.
Thank you again for the many years of service, and now we're going to take her on, and she's working for us now. So we're so glad to have her. Again, thank you for working with so many of our young people. I know that when I was still employed by the district, she would provide a lot of education services to our young people, and they look forward to it. This time we're under 4C, Athletics Recognition. Rick Smith, Athletic Director.
Good evening, Mr. Mesa, board members, Dr. Rios. I'm going to recognize about 10 groups of athletes, student athletes, and as they come up and we introduce them, if y'all wait till the very end to give them an applause, and maybe it'll go a little faster. Our first group is our Queens soccer team, our soccer all academic and all district selections. Our head coach is Wilbur Rivas. They finished third in district and played in the bi-district round. We have an all academic selection, Natalie Robles. If she's there, if you'll just step forward, please. We have 3 first-team all-district selections, Liliana Jimenez, Alyssa Arredondo, and Jocelyn Martinez. We have 3 second-team all-district selections, Delaney Porti, Adamadi Morales, and Brittany Gomez. And then we also have 2 honorable mention selections, Natalie Robles, and Kelsey Sanchez. If we can give them a round of applause, please. Look up here and he'll take a picture. Thank you. Up next is our round soccer program. Our head coach is Tani Conchola. We had 2 make the all-academic team, Eli Carranza. Step forward, please. Austin Ramirez. We had a co-district midfielder of the year, Angel Andrete. First team all-district is Mark Lamone and Angel Andrete. Second team all-district is Eli Carranza and David Tellez. And honorable mention selection is Emmanuel Vela and Andre Hernandez. On Wednesday, David Tellez will be signing with Our Lady of the Lake to go play soccer for them. If y'all will look up at Peter, he'll take your picture. Our next group is our Queens swim team. Our head coach is Colleen Durham. They were third at the district meet. We had 3 that were a part of our academic all-state team: Alexa Alanes, Tatum Moulton, and Karina Delgado Gauna. Alexa Alanes was also an academic All-American. Also, Tatum Moulton was academic All-American also. Our regional qualifiers were Karina Delgado Gauna in the 50 free, the 100 free, the 200 free relay, and the 400 free relay. Alexis Alanes in the 200 medley relay, 200 free relay, and 400 free relay. Natasha Kattenberger in the 200 medley relay and the 400 free relay. Gabriela Rodriguez Andrade, 200 medley relay, and Vivian Salinas Mejia in the 200 free relay. Thank you, ladies.
Coach Durham.
Next up is our boys swim team with our other Coach Durham. They also placed third at the district meet. We had one young man qualify for the academic all-state team, Eric Von Asp. Eric was also a member of the All-American academic team. Our regional qualifiers were Eric Von Asp in the 50 free, the 100 fly, the 200 free relay, the 400 free relay. Jose Luis Rios in the 100 free, the 50 free, the 200 free relay, and the 400 free relay. Juan Gallegos, 400 free relay, 200 medley relay. Juan Rico Perez, 400 free relay, 200 free relay, and 200 medley relay. Manuel Delgado Gauna in the 200 medley relay and the 200 free relay. And Anthem Zertucci in the 200 medley relay. Thank you, fellas. Our next group to be recognized is our softball team. Our head coach is Coach Nufi Rodriguez. These young ladies tied for second in the district and were by-district finalists. Lost a heartbreaker third game. I don't want to remind y'all, right? A great, great season. Kelly Smith was on the all-academic team. Step forward, Kim. First team all-district was Alyssa Gonzalez as a pitcher. Sarah Sutherland as third baseman. Giselle Valdez, center field. And Layla Blanco as our catcher. Second team all-district, Ariana Alcatraz, shortstop, and Alexis De Hoyos, left field. Honorable mention selections, Kelly Smith, Larissa Patino, and Brittany Diaz. Okay. Thank you, ladies. Up next is our Rams baseball selections. Head coach is Nick Mendez. We had the District 29 6A Newcomer of the Year. That was Matthew Mendez at shortstop. He is a freshman. First team all-district, Anthony Maldonado, outfielder. Honorable mention selections were Guy Creamer as a pitcher, J.D. Torres as an infielder, and Alan Hernandez as a shortstop. Guy Creamer has already signed this year with Hardin Simmons to play football, and Wednesday we have Anthony Maldonado signing with University of Dallas to go play baseball. Thank you, fellas. Next is our Rams tennis program. Our head coaches are Enrique Santillan and Nolan Pritchard, and with them is our regional qualifier in boys singles, Alex Garza. Thank you, guys. Our next program is our Rams soccer program. Head coach is Oscar Cardenas. With him is Nicholas Salinas. He was an academic all-state honorable mention. He was also a first-team all-district golfer and a regional qualifier.
Congratulations, Coach.
The next group is our Queens Track and Field. This is a large group because these young ladies and coaches were district champions, and they were also made history this year by being the first area championship team in our track and field program. Our head coach is Jesse Lamone. His assistants are Claudia Juarez Dobbins, Vicky Perez, Marissa Soto, Jonte McCrae, and Eloisa Valdez. Members of the all-academic team are Kendall Gladson, Rebecca Morales, Oslin Urias, Yanez Salcedo, Camila Chavez, Kimberly Hernandez, Sydney Ballard, Emily Castro, and Celeste Montez. Regional qualifiers were Alexa Blanco in the 4x1 relay, the 4x2 relay, and the 4x4 relay. Andrea Zamaripa in the pole vault. Yanez Salcedo in the 4x4 relay. Dulce Guajardo in the shot put. Bailey Barnett in the 100-meter hurdles, the 4x1 relay, the high jump, and the triple jump. Sabrina Williams, 4x4 relay. Celeste Montez, 4x2 relay and 4x4 relay. Kendall Gladson in the long jump, 4x1 relay and 300-meter hurdles. Alexis Delgado, 4x1 relay, 4x2 relay, and then Oslin Urias in the 3,200-meter run. These are our district and area champions, regional qualifiers. Y'all may have to scoot in for your picture.
Congratulations to you.
And our last group is our Rams track and field program. Our head coach is Rick Torres, and tonight we've got a special award to give out also, and one of our assistant coaches is Luis Esparza. Our all-academic team, it's quite a long list, so if y'all hold your applause to the very end. Jesse Casanova, step forward if you're there. Dylan Casas, Orlando Espinosa, Alfino Flores, Victor Flores, Andrew Garza, Sergio Gomez, Aiden Huerta, Rolando Lopez, Jonathan Lowe, Alex Marino, Matthew Ortiz, Sam Pippin, Jose Rodriguez, Jose Salazar, and Eric Von Asp. If we couldn't outrun them, we could sure beat them in the classroom. Regional qualifiers, Raymond Gonzalez in the 800-meter run, Isaac Orozco in the 100-meter dash, Sam Pippin in the 110 hurdles and 300-meter hurdles, Oscar Rodriguez in the shot put and discus. He was a region champion also in the discus. Jose Salazar in the 300-meter hurdles, and Eric Von Asp in the pole vault. Okay, if y'all will squeeze in for a picture, then we'll do our state qualifier. Our boys track team lost the district championship in the very last race of the meet. Our district championship, right? Still on the stage is our head track coach and one of our throwing coaches, Luis Esparza, and Coach Rick Torres, and our state champion, Oscar Rodriguez. Coach Esparza and Coach Torres helped put together a PowerPoint, so we're going to go through it real quick. If y'all just stay right there, please. As you see, this is Oscar in this first slide on the podium at Mike Myers Stadium at the University of Texas, receiving his gold medal for being the discus state champion. He threw 189 feet. The next slide is kind of a progression of his season, and it didn't happen in one season. Of the 10 meets that he competed in, he was the discus champion in 9 of those 10 meets, and the shot put champion in 7 of those 10 meets. The one meet where he wasn't was probably the meet that was the most beneficial to him being a state champion, because he got to throw at the Texas Relays in the same ring that he threw at the state meet, and I think that helped him. This is what he did at the district meet. He was first in the discus with 175 feet, and he was first in the shot put, 57 feet and a quarter inch. At the area meet, he was again first in the discus, 173 feet 2 inches. The shot put, 56 feet 6.5 inches, first place also. At the region meet in the discus, he was the region champion. He threw 184 feet 5 inches for first place. And in the shot put, threw 55 feet 6 inches. He finished 5th at the region meet. He is also our new school record holder in the discus. He beat it by almost 13 feet, which had been set in 1978. So that was a huge accomplishment. This last slide is how they post the results at most meets. And if you'll see where it says finals, number 1, Oscar Rodriguez, he had 3 of his 6 throws that could have won the state championship. So this was not a fluke. I mean, he was there to win. He set the mark in the very first throw, and nobody caught him after that. So great job, Oscar. Oh, and he was number 1 overall in the whole state meet. A lot of times there's 6 different divisions, that maybe somebody in the 5A will have the best throw overall, but Oscar was the best discus thrower in the whole state of Texas. Just a few more slides. Oscar will be the first one to tell you that it wasn't all him, even though everything that this young man possesses, the great attributes, the work ethic, the humbleism. He knows that mom and dad had a big part of this. His teachers had a big part. His coaches had a part. And not only that, this past August, September, with the help of Dr. Rios, providing us some updates in our facilities, we got some new discus rings resurfaced. We got some new shot put rings, and if you'll see in most of these pictures, Oscar's right out there helping do some of the work. Painting lines on the rings. That's him, I think, in the very far background, again, painting lines for our rings. And this 50-foot slab, I think by having these facilities and the proper equipment, allowed him to get in probably a couple hundred extra throws this year, which I think helped making him a state champion. So here he is, Oscar Rodriguez, our state champion.
I'd like to have the whole board take a picture, if you could. We know that it was not a gust of wind, it was sheer power.
Whichever way you want.
Again, congratulations. It's not often that we break a state record, so I hope that holds for a long time. And thank you for representing our district tremendously well. Thank you, coaches, for doing a great job as well. At this time, we're under item 4D, Career and Technical Education Recognition, Mr. Roger Gonzalez.
Good evening, Mr. Mesa, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. Career and Technical Education would like to recognize students and their instructors who recently took and earned their industry certifications in their respective health science capstone courses. You will notice that the students actually wear different color scrubs, and some of them actually belong to multiple groups. We'll start off with our first program, the Certified Nursing Assistant, or CNA program, headed by registered nurse Laura Guerrero.
Good evening, Board President, Mr. Mesa, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. Extended Practicum in Health Science CNA program is a program approved by Texas Health and Human Services as a nurse assistant training and competency education program, or NADCEP. CNA students are required to complete a minimum of 100 clock hours of training, including 60 hours of classroom training that does not involve direct patient care, and 40 clock hours of hands-on patient care in a nursing facility setting. Students have to meet 3 areas of competency: classroom, skills, and clinical competencies. Classroom, they meet this competency by passing exams, regular exams, so instruction exams. Skills, by demonstration of skills performance in a lab setting. And the clinical competency by providing hands-on care on a clinical setting with real patients. At completion of training, students must pass 2 separate examinations: a written exam and a skills evaluation. This is in order to be granted official recognition by Texas Department of Aging and Disability Services CNA registry. Del Rio High School CNA classroom and lab are also recognized by Texas Health and Human Services as in-facility test site or location. This means that our students can take their national test in our very own classrooms. After certification, students are qualified to work in a variety of clinical settings, including hospital, long-term care, physicians' offices, schools, assisted living facilities, dialysis centers, and more. I would like to introduce to you the Certified Nurse Assistant Class of 2019. Ashley Fuentes, Samantha Garcia, Kathy Herrera, David Salinas, Elsa Sanchez, Kayla Saucedo, Priscilla Yanez, Argelia Zapata, and Katia Sertuche. Thank you so much, members of the board, for all your support, continued support. Thank you.
Thank you, CNA. Our next program that we're going to introduce is the Medical Assistant Program. This program is brand new this year. I want you to realize that students actually started this health science pathway 3 years ago when they were sophomores. So as a sophomore, they take different classes, principles, and then they go into health science, anatomy, and health science, and now their capstone course. So this brand new program is called the Certified Medical Assistant Program, the CMA. It's also headed by registered nurse Velma Perez.
Certified clinical medical assistants are in such high demand in the field of medicine, primarily in both administrative and clinical skills as directed by a medical practitioner. The medical assistant program here at Del Rio High School, in its first year, dual credit program, is in collaboration with Southwest Texas Junior College, where they are earning a total of 7 credit hours. The medical assistant students have also gained hundreds of hours shadowing opportunities at Valverde Rural Health Clinic here in Del Rio. On May 7th, 2019, students had the opportunity to sit for the NHA National Certification, where students received a 100% passing rate. Congratulations, students. Students who received their CCMA certifications are as followed: Joshua Aguilera, Catalina Cabello, Quetzali Castañeda, Valentina de la Cerda, Lily Falcón, Andrea Hernandez, Andrea Hernandez, Samantha Hernandez, Ilse Lara, Sherilyn Moore, yay, Pedro Rodriguez, Rosalinda Solis, Gabriela Urbano. In closing, I'd like to extend thanks to the board for supporting our programs and again, continued support throughout the years, and again, extend our opportunities for our continued certifications. Thank you.
Hold on, guys. Picture time. Congratulations, CMA. The next health science program, specialty program we have is the Certified Phlebotomy EKG program. The instructor, registered nurse Donnie Espinosa, could not be here with us tonight, so we have two other staff members that will help with the presentation. Registered nurse Tony Conrad and paramedic Nick Velasquez.
Good evening, President Mesa, Dr. Rios, members of the board. Current students in the CTE program, EKG and phlebotomy, have the opportunity to become nationally certified EKG technicians as well as nationally certified phlebotomy technicians. Beneficially, students can apply the skills they've learned in the classroom to a career in healthcare. As a certified EKG technician, they learn skills such as 12-lead EKG testing, stress testing, Holter monitoring, and basic rhythm interpretation, which prepares them to work in healthcare facilities such as clinics and hospitals. As a certified phlebotomy technician, they also are skilled in blood collection techniques, common diagnostic testing, and basic laboratory procedures. In addition, this certification program is monitored by the National Healthcare Association, and students receive a total of 6 dual credit hours for these courses from Southwest Texas Junior College. Tonight, we are proud to recognize 28 students from the Career and Technical Education program at Del Rio High School that have received certification in EKG and phlebotomy under the Health Science Career Pathway. The students are Joshua Aguilera, Quetzali Castañeda, Lily Falcón, Isabel Gonzalez, Andre Hernandez, Samantha Hernandez, Jonathan Lowe, Stephanie Moncada, Pedro Rodriguez, Rosalinda Solis, Gabriela Urbano, Alexis de Hoyos, Seth English, Ashley Fuentes, George Gomez, Andrea Hernandez, Eva Lopez, Megan Martinez, Miranda McNeil, Ariana Hinojosa, Alexis Mireles, Sergio Rayo, David Salinas, Elsa Sanchez, Kayla Salcedo, Alexis Valles, Argelia Zapata, and Katia Sertuche.
Y'all need to get together. Thank you, Health Science. The next group that actually comes before you is the Frontera Film Festival. This is the media tech students. The Career and Technical Education is proud to announce the student winners in the audio video technology program that competed in the Frontera Film Festival held May 3rd and 4th in Eagle Pass, Texas. The students competed in 12 out of 14 film categories. This year, the Frontera Film Festival had 7 high schools competing and 186 film submissions. Here to provide you with additional information are teachers Jessica Guanajuato and Robert Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, Dr. Rios, members of the board. As Mr. Gonzalez said, we're recognizing the students that competed in the Frontera Film Festival, and because they are media, they put together a short video so that you could see the events that happened at the festival and get small pieces of the work that they do and some of the winning submissions.
Lately, I've been thinking, I want you to be happier, I want you to be happier. When the morning comes, and we see what we've become. In the cold light of day, we're a flame in the wind, not the fire that we begun. Every argument, every word we can't take back. Cause with all that has happened, I think that we both know the way that the story ends. Then only for a minute I want to change my mind, cause this just don't feel right to me. I wanna raise your spirits, I want to see you smile. No, that means I'll have to leave. I will go. So I'll go. I will go.
And while we are missing some of the winners here tonight, we want to recognize the students that did make the time to come down here. Miss Aaliyah Hernandez, winner of second place in formative for art. Mr. Angel Briones, winner of first place in experimental for Lucid Ducks. Zeke Chavez, winner of third place for best commercial. Mr. Bradley Barrera, winner of third place for best narrative, 2 to 5 minutes. Alana Casio, winner of second place for her cheer and dance video. Donald Schultz, winner of first place, best informative, third place for best long film, 8 to 12 minutes, and second place for best PSA. Amelia Reyes, third place for animation, and third place for PSA. Miss Esley Martinez, first place for cheer and dance. And then we have Camila and Kathia Flores, winner of first place music video, first place PSA.
Congratulations to the media program. Fantastic job. The next group I'm going to recognize tonight is the 4 specialty certification programs that students participated in the Southwest Texas Junior College commencement on Friday, May 17th in Uvalde, Texas. The first group we will recognize is the Emergency Medical Technician EMT program. The Extended Practicum in Health Science Emergency Medical Technician course is designed to prepare students for their pre-hospital health career industry. Students who complete the EMT class will sit for the National Registry of the EMT exam and then become EMT-B. The Texas Department of Health Services monitors the EMT program. EMT students are also enrolled in 4 intensive dual credit classes during their senior year to include EMT Basic, Patient Assessment and Airway Management, Trauma Management, and Clinical Rotations. Students who completed the course have over 200 didactic classroom hours as well as clinical rotations in various departments at Valverde Regional Medical Center that include the emergency room, EMS, intensive care, labor and delivery, special care nursery, respiratory care, and cardiac catheterization lab. This year, the students' combined clinical hours total 1,513 hours. All students are also American Heart Association CPR certified, and best of luck to these outstanding students who will sit for the national exam this Wednesday, May 22nd in San Antonio. Congratulations. Congratulations to EMT that also have 4 dual credit classes and 15 dual credit college hours. The next specialty program we're going to introduce is the HVAC, the Heating, Ventilation, Air Conditioning, Refrigeration Program. This is a brand new program to the district. Students are actually, it's a 2-year program. So students that are actually enrolled in this particular program actually are also receiving several certifications. They received the OSHA Career Safe Certificate and just recently passed their EPA 608 industry certification. A lot of the things that this group does is project-based learning. They shadow HVAC professionals in the community and also work with district personnel. Several of them have already received a employment after they graduate. So again, this is the whole purpose of the program, is to connect education to careers. The students actually took the following courses: electricity principles, refrigeration principles, refrigeration freezers AC, AC control principles, residential AC, and installation and setup. Congratulations, HVAC. This HVAC program was actually requested by several of our advisor members, and right away we took advantage of actually networking with the junior college. The instructor is Mr. Juan Hernandez. Congratulations. The next group we're going to present is the Aircraft Technology Program. This program is also known as the Grow Your Own program at Laughlin Air Force Base, where Laughlin Air Force Base has become their classroom as students work with 3 airframes and the back shop support. Currently working with Laughlin Air Force Base Human Resource Department to fill some entry-level aircraft vacancies. Several of these students have already received job offers starting this summer. The students actually also complete 7 classes starting with their junior year: shop practices, ground operations, aviation science, basic electricity, land gear systems, airframe inspection, and introduction to computers. So a total of 19 dual credit hours for the aircraft program. Congratulations. The Aircraft Technology Program is headed by Mr. Joe Ramirez. Congratulations. Last program we're going to introduce as far as specialty is the welding program, the manufacturing program. The welding program is made up also of 7 classes. It's a 2-year program. These students receive 25 dual credit hours. They take the following courses: Introduction to Gas Metal Arc Welding, Introduction to Shale Metal Arc Welding, Introduction to Blueprint Reading for Welders, Intermediate Shale Metal Arc Welding, Introduction to Layout and Fabrication, Introduction to Pipe Welding, Intermediate Layout and Fabrication. Along with the 7 classes that they take during the 2-year period, these students also receive industry certifications: the NCCER Level 1 Core and the NCCER Level 1 Welding. They also receive certifications in the American Welding Society Sense and also part of the OSHA Career Safe Certification Program. Congratulations, Welding. Okay, picture time. Hold on. Picture time. The welding program is headed by Mr. Todd Townsend. You are welcome to stop by the CT Center and see other projects. Congratulations, welding. On behalf of CTE, we would like to thank the board, administration, and the parents for their support in the growing CT program. Thank you very much.
I want to say thank you again to all the instructors and for all the fine students that represent us so well throughout the competition, and most of all, for their certifications that they can start working immediately. And just a reminder to the medical health related areas, the hospitals are open 7 days a week, 356 days a year. They can always find a job. Congratulations again to all of the certifications. At this time, we are under item E, Texas State Board of Education District 1 2019 Student Hero Award recipient, Hitzo Medrano, Dr. Jose Perez.
Thank you, Dr. Rios, President Mesa, and members of the board. As we can see, our students are very talented and skilled, but I feel like behind all of that success comes a humble attitude and a service-oriented approach. Today, I want to present to you one of our students, Itzel Medrano, who embodies all of this humility and service-oriented work. The State Board of Education accepted nominations for the 2019 Student Heroes Award. And according to Donna Barrick, the director of the State Board of Education, every day at our schools, students quietly perform unselfish acts of kindness. They don't do so to earn a grade or for public accolades. We just, we had to bend her elbow to be up here, so she's very shy. They do so because they are people of good character who understand that a kind word or action can go a long way to improving someone's day. And according to Mrs. Viesca, the teacher who nominated Itzel, she embodies just that. Mrs. Viesca?
Just like Dr. Perez said, when I looked at the nomination form, it said it needed students that are outstanding in leadership and mentoring skills. And the first person that came to mind was Itzel. I am a beginning intermediate English 2 teacher. And of all the students that I have, I think I have 10 that are first year students in the United States. So some have little to no English speaking skills. And Itzel was one of them. And I say was because she now, has exceeded. all expectations. She is now their teacher. Not that I'm not doing my work. I am, sorry. But no, she has taken it upon herself to help all those that are still struggling. She has her own little group in the class, and any questions they have, she's helping them. So she's doing it unselfishly. I didn't ask her to do it. She's kind of a leader in the classroom, and they look up to her. So she's helping revise and edit their essays, helping them with vocabulary. She has done an outstanding job, and all the kids look up to her. And of the hundreds and hundreds of applicants, I mean, she stood out. So she's the reason she is our student hero.
Mrs. Viesca is correct. Only 15 students in the state of Texas were selected for this award.
Again, we're so proud of having awesome students in our district. Congratulations again. For item 4F, recognition of Campus Teacher of the Month for April 2019, Aide Garcia.
Good evening, President Mesa, Dr. Rios, members of the board. The Teacher of the Month incentive program is designed to spotlight our most dedicated and talented teacher. Each school has the opportunity to select a teacher who exemplifies the character and professional traits of an outstanding educator. Without further ado, I'll turn it over to our principal so they can announce their Campus Teacher of the Month.
Dr. Rios, President Mesa, members of the board, I introduce to you Mr. Stephen Thomas, who took over a science position at the high school this year. Mr. Thomas has done an outstanding job working with our ESL, our special ed students, and our most at-risk students, preparing them for the upcoming biology EOC exams. Mr. Thomas is also a valuable asset to our athletic programs, helping many students in cross-country, boys basketball, and track. The impact that he has had on his students and the reciprocity that we see between him and the students goes a long way, and we would like to honor Mr. Thomas by being the Teacher of the Month for Del Rio High School.
Good evening. Tonight, Early College High School is proud to present to you our Teacher of the Month, Mrs. Natalie Foster. Even though this is her first year with us at Early College High School, she has volunteered at ECHS from the beginning because she believed it was a worthwhile investment for students in our community. Mrs. Foster plays a big role on our campus as she assists in several areas. She supports and encourages our students on a daily basis as an academic support in Algebra 1 and English 1, with our seniors in a college transitions course, and with our freshmen MAPS, or Methods of Academic and Personal Success, where she prepares our youngest group with soft and academic skills needed to succeed not only in school, but in life. Mrs. Foster also took time this year to plan an after-school academic fall festival in order for our students to practice skills needed for the Texas Success Initiative prep test, which was such a big hit with our students. Thank you, Mrs. Foster, for your energetic spirit and everything you do every day. Congratulations.
Good evening, Dr. Rios, President Mesa, members of the board. With me this evening is Jesus Limon.
Mr. Limon is a physical education teacher at Del Rio Freshman. He is also a football coach and head girls track and field coach, and you saw the fruits of his labor a little earlier. And to show that he is the type of teacher who can do it all, this semester he assisted students in 3 sections of Algebra 1 to help prepare them for their EOC exams. Coach Limon is committed to the success of students not only on the field, but in the classroom and in life. He strives to have a positive impact in students' lives, and he models dedication, commitment, and teamwork. Del Rio Freshman and our community is truly blessed to have Coach Limon. Thank you, Coach.
Good evening, President Mesa, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. This evening, we are privileged to honor another dedicated teacher at Del Rio Middle School, Miss Selena Roundtree. Miss Selena Roundtree has a gift that is displayed through her personality and demeanor to educate and nurture our most at-risk students in an effective co-teach setting, which isn't easy when you have 2 teachers, 2 leaders, and 1 classroom. However, Ms. Roundtree's dedication extends beyond the school day as she committed this year to servicing homebound students. Thank you, Ms. Roundtree, for ensuring all students are given the opportunity to become proficient readers while giving them tools to overcome learning challenges that they encounter on a daily basis. Congratulations. We love you, Selena.
Good evening, Board President, Superintendent, and Board members. It is with great pleasure I introduce to you Del Rio Middle School's Teacher of the Month for 7th grade. Mrs. Ruan has been with the San Felipe Del Rio CISD for 5 years. Throughout those years, she has taught 7th grade math, advanced math, and for 3 of those years, she has been a co-teacher for the math department. She is an outstanding educator who is always willing to meet student needs. She promotes a classroom environment in which students feel comfortable and at the same time challenged. All students, regardless of their background, are held to high standards. She ensures students are engaged through carefully planned lessons. She finds ways to differentiate lessons to reach out to her highly diverse students. Mrs. Ruan is fair, consistent, and supportive to all her students. Her encouraging personality makes students feel happy to be in her class. Mrs. Ruan is a team player at Del Rio Middle School. She's always looking for ways to enhance her own teaching. Mrs. Ruan is a quality person who demonstrates outstanding moral character to students and teachers alike. She is very dependable, organized, and has exhibited good time management skills. Her pleasant personality makes Del Rio Middle School a better place. Congratulations, Ms. Ruan.
Good evening, Board President Mesa, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. I am proud to introduce to you our Cardwell Teacher of the Month, Ms. Tess Cáceres. Ms. Cáceres has been a teacher for 15 years, holds a master's degree in administration, and currently teaches our youngest learners, our 3-year-old children. Ms. Cáceres is patient, she's nurturing, and she provides a warm and positive learning environment for her students and her parents. She is highly organized, creative, and is encouraging all of her children to learn the alphabet, count numbers, learn shapes, parts of a book, and even pre-writing skills by writing their names. Focusing on our school readiness plan, her children are well on their way to a successful year in kindergarten. She is a true team player, always participating in all of our school and parental engagement events. We are so proud to call her one of our beautiful Cardwell Cubs.
Good evening. Vanessa James Helmstead is the April Teacher of the Month for Roberto Bobby Barrera Elementary STEM Magnet. She is our 5th grade teacher and so much more. This year, Mrs. Helmstead coached our UIL spelling team and then asked if she could start up our yearbook club so that our students would have something to commemorate the first year of our school. She worked very hard in preparing her 5th graders for this year's STARS tests with engaging lessons and a fun camp under the stars right before they took their math and science, pausing only to have a baby. I am proud to say that she had 100% passing for both math and reading this year. RBB is proud to have Mrs. Helmstead helping our Falcons take flight to middle school.
Good evening. I introduce to you Mrs. Margaret Bedine. She has been a second grade teacher at Buena Vista Elementary, has taught for 25 years, and we're very proud of her. Mrs. Bedine is a creative, encouraging, organized, and passionate teacher. She loves and admires each student's uniqueness and embraces their individuality. She is a positive role model for her cluster and models teacher professionalism at all times. She is consistently working to have open communication with her parents to keep them abreast of their children's social, emotional, and academic successes. She works tirelessly to create grants that will benefit her students. Last year, she received a science grant for her bilingual students, and this year, she received a grant for a reading club. She continues to bring about ideas to improve our campus, culture, and inspire others to shine using their talents on campus. Thank you, Mrs. Bedine, for leading, learning, and leaving a legacy at Buena Vista every day.
Good evening again. Mrs. Viral was not able to join us due to illness, so I'll be presenting the May Teacher of the Month for Calderon. Calderon Elementary is proud to announce the Teacher of the Month for May, Mrs. Gloria Culpepper. Ms. Culpepper has been teaching kindergarten for 39 years. At the beginning of the year, many moms are nervous to send their children to school. They are quickly put to ease once they meet Mrs. Culpepper and see her in action. She helps students learn about letters, numbers, and shapes, but she helps build their character as well. The classroom atmosphere that she has carefully planned and crafted does not go unnoticed. She serves as a daily cheerleader for our students. Her words and actions will never be forgotten. We applaud her for her patience in shaping the lives of our kindergartens. Congratulations, Mrs. Culpepper. You are Coyote Pride.
Good evening, Dr. Rios, Mr. Mesa, members of the board. Kindergarten teachers introduce the world of learning to our littlest of learners. Ms. Emily Diaz embraces this opportunity and creates a positive environment for all of her students to excel. With enthusiasm and professionalism, Ms. Emily Diaz adds a spark to our campus family. Every student leaves her classroom every day feeling important, cared about, and successful. Her involvement with Student Council, Career Day, and being the yearbook coordinator affords her the opportunity to spread her positive attitude and upbeat personality with the entire campus. It is an honor for RCE to have Emily Diaz as part of our Cougar family. Congratulations, Ms. Diaz.
Good evening, President Mesa, board members, Dr. Rios. Tonight, I have the privilege of introducing Mrs. Kelsey Hill as our Garfield Elementary April Teacher of the Month. Mrs. Hill joined our Garfield family on January 3rd, and she became our 4th and 5th grade Special Education Behavior Unit classroom teacher. Mrs. Hill jumped right in and began establishing her new routines and instructional lessons for her students. Instantly, she began building relationships with them, as she believes this is key and extremely important. When I asked a few of her students what they liked about Mrs. Hill, one replied, "She is nice, a really nice teacher." Another said, "It's been better since she arrived." A third stated with excitement, "She helps me a lot when I need help with my work so I do not get frustrated." And a fourth stated, quote, "It's been funner," end quote. While we all know that being a behavior unit teacher has its challenges, Mrs. Hill quickly bonded with her students and began to advocate for them. They have continued to reach milestones they had not in the past, and I have nothing but respect and admiration for Mrs. Hill, as it takes a very special person to do what she does on a daily basis, and she does it with a smile. Thank you for all you've done for our students.
Good evening, Dr. Rios, Board President Mesa, and members of the board. Lonnie Green is proud to present Ms. Jackie Sorrell as our Teacher of the Month for April. Ms. Sorrell is one of the sweetest, most caring individuals that we have on campus. She is that teacher that everyone loves. She always has a smile and a funny story to share. Ms. Sorrell does not know the word no. She can be counted on to pitch in wherever she is needed, even if it's switching contents after the year has started. Ms. Sorrell was an outstanding writing teacher and is now an excellent math teacher. Thank you, Ms. Sorrell, for just being you. You are Lonnie Green excellence.
Good evening, Dr. Rios, President Mesa, members of the board. I am pleased to introduce to you Lamar Elementary's Teacher of the Month for the month of April, Mrs. Rosie Peña. As a first grade teacher, Mrs. Peña has earned this recognition for the dedication to her students in the classroom, as she works diligently to ensure students are provided the most targeted instruction in order to prepare them for their next grade level. In addition to this, she works with her cluster to plan for the most engaging and effective lessons. Above everything else, Mrs. Peña ensures that her students are provided a loving and nurturing classroom environment. Congratulations, Mrs. Peña, you are Lamar Pride.
Good evening, Dr. Rios, Board President Mesa, and members of the board. North Heights Elementary is proud to showcase Mrs. Victoria Rodriguez, 5th grade ELA teacher, as our Teacher of the Month of April. Mrs. Rodriguez has been a part of our SFDR team for the past 4 years, all as a member of our NHE tribe. Mrs. Rodriguez works to provide students with opportunities to grow as readers and writers. Mrs. Rodriguez uses data to lead students to understand what their strengths are as readers and where they can still improve. Outside of her classroom, Mrs. Rodriguez is one of our Stuco sponsors and encourages leadership in students daily. Thank you for your commitment to students each and every day. You are a valuable member of Team NHE.
That's awesome. That's great. Thank you. Congratulations.
One hell of a cheering squad.
Congratulations to our fine teachers, and I'm glad we have cheering sections for our beloved teachers. At this time, if the board wishes, we'll take just a short break before we start our next portion of our meeting. Say about 5 minutes. Okay, well, our time is up for the short break we had. Again, at this time, we're under item 5, citizens to be heard. The board will hear comments from the audience only during public comments portion of the meeting. The public comments portion of the meeting will be no more than 30 minutes total. Each speaker will be allowed a maximum of 5 minutes to address the board. Groups of 5 or more people who wish to express the same viewpoint regarding an issue must appoint a representative to speak for the group, who will have 5 minutes to present. Please respect the privacy of others and refrain from identifying students, employees, or other community members by name. Disruption of the meeting will not be tolerated at any time. At this time, the first person that we have signed up for public comments is Mr. David Cardwell. Topic is Irene Cardwell. Mr. Cardwell.
My name is David Cardwell, and I would like to thank the superintendent of schools and the school board for allowing me the opportunity to speak on an issue that is dear to the heart and soul of our community of San Felipe. This concerns changing the name of Lamar Elementary School to Irene Cardenas Cardwell Elementary School. On April the 9th, 1999, the day of her 90th birthday, Mrs. Irene C. Cardwell was honored by the San Felipe del Rio CISD by changing the name of Travis Elementary School to Irene C. Cardwell Elementary School. When she addressed the audience during the ceremony, she cited a passage that demonstrated her commitment to education. It reads, "In these hands I hold a child, and fame and fortune too. Mine is a task for brighter skies, that they may be blue. This task will far outlive my span, for these two hands hold more than man." She constantly read this statement. Well, actually, she knew it by memory, a lot better than I do. And one may ask, why would this school be so beloved to Mrs. Cardwell? Isn't Travis just like any other school? The answer is a resounding no. Travis Elementary School was very special to her because she served as the school's first principal, and the school was seriously underfunded. Under Mrs. Cardwell's leadership, she united the San Felipe community and established a strong PTA, just like she had done in Sam Houston Elementary School. Using monies raised by various projects such as selling tamales and holding jamaicas, the parents themselves built the additional classrooms, sidewalks, play areas, and landscaped the campus. All of these projects were completed at no cost, and I mean no cost to the school district. All the monies came from these projects that parents did come by. One would think that Mrs. Cardwell's legacy had been noted and achieved, but such was not the case. A few years later, the family was notified that Irene C. Cardwell Elementary was going to be closed and the name was going to be transferred to Eastside Memorial School. The family reluctantly agreed to let the change take place. The reason for the hesitation on our part was the fact that Mrs. Cardwell was born, raised, and worked for 44 years in San Felipe's educational system. She spent her whole adult life attempting to make San Felipe a community where parents and teachers could help their children achieve their dreams and become productive American citizens. We, the family, are of the firm commitment that this is an opportune time to firmly establish her legacy in the community that she loved and cared for so dearly. If Lamar was to be renamed Irene Cardenas Cardwell Elementary School, her name would return to San Felipe, where her heart, spirit, and soul was and is so deeply entrenched. You may have noticed that the name of the school has been amended with the family name of Cardenas. We believe that the bond between the community and the school would be strengthened and better served if her maiden name was included. Mrs. Cardwell dedicated her life to education. She taught first grade for 31 years, followed by 11 years as an elementary school administrator, and was then a supervisor of elementary instruction in bilingual education for 3 years. Most importantly was the fact that she was always guiding the community of San Felipe to help itself become a better place for people to live and raise their families. Mrs. Cardwell was and is often referred to as la madrina de San Felipe. In other words, the godmother of San Felipe. During her lifetime, Mrs. Cardwell was the madrina to hundreds of children, whether it be through baptism, receiving their first Holy Communion, or being confirmed in the Catholic religion. She and her husband, my father, Ernesto H. Cardwell, were also godparents to hundreds of couples that married. My mother read extensively, and I remember one time that she quoted an old Chinese proverb that read, "Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and he will feed his family for a lifetime." She internalized the proverb and remarked to me, "As a teacher, I guess I could state that idea in a different way. Read a book to a child, and a child will open a window to the universe. Teach a child to read, and the universe will open its doors to anything the child wants to learn about or become." Mrs. Cardwell continues.
Time is up, Mr. Cardwell.
I have one paragraph?
You can finish the statement.
Okay, this is the ending. Mrs. Cardwell continues teaching to this day via the knowledge and love of reading that she imparted to hundreds of children, teachers, and families of San Felipe. Once again, it would be highly appropriate to return the legacy of Mrs. Irene Cardenas Cardwell to the neighborhood of San Felipe where it began and flourished. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Second person that signed up is Alex Donovan, Marabou Lamar.
Hello, I'd like to thank the school board for letting me speak here. I'm going to be reading an article that we believe is appropriate to this discussion from the Texas Monthly, published on September 17th, 2015. The title of this article is "The Problem with Marabou Lamar." As Confederate names and statues disappear across Texas, we're still honoring a man with a hugely problematic history, although he wasn't a Confederate. Whether you judge it through hindsight or by the standards of his own times, that Lamar's Texas presidency was a failure, much of it thanks to Lamar's extreme racism and ethnocentrism. Here's some bullet points on why the public facilities should not be named after Lamar. First of all, he valued states' rights to own slaves and to remove Native Americans. Before coming to Texas, he connived with his mentor, Georgia Governor George Troup, to swindle the Creek Indians out of their ancestral Peach State lands. Later, he became an extreme states activist, and along with John C. Calhoun, helped lay the groundwork for the Civil War by espousing, both as a newspaper editor and a Georgia senator, the right of states to nullify federal laws. In Lamar's case, the federal laws and Supreme Court rulings that he wanted to nullify concerned slavery and Native American removal, two practices Lamar valued above all else. Second bullet point, his racism wasn't just a product of his time. He was even more racist than the average white man of his time. Under the terms of the Texas Constitution of 1836, no free person of African descent, either in whole or in part, was permitted to reside permanently in the Republic of Texas without the consent of Congress. But that didn't go far enough for Lamar. In 1840, he signed an act concerning free persons of color. which gave all free blacks then living in Texas 2 years to either get out or face being sold into slavery, and mandating that any black entering Texas would be enslaved for 1 year. At the end of that year, if a free person of color could not post bond, they became a slave for life. Lamar could not envision black and white people living together on anything like equal terms. He could not imagine Anglos and Native Americans living together on any terms whatsoever. The third point, he systematically removed Native Americans from Texas. In one of his first acts in office, Lamar reversed his predecessor, Sam Houston's, policy of appeasement towards Native Americans in Texas. Immediately upon taking office, Lamar launched his self-described prosecution of an exterminating war against people he described as tigers and hyenas and the wild cannibals of the woods. He succeeded against relatively peaceful tribes in East Texas, either killing or driving out all but the Alabama Cushata, but his ham-handed, ultimately blood-soaked efforts at Comanche diplomacy at the Council House in San Antonio led directly first to the death by torture of more than a dozen Texan captives, and then to the Linville Raid, which saw vengeful Comanches sacking not one, but 2 Texas towns. Yes, Lamar's forces got revenge at the Battle of Plum Creek, but the president's campaign of trickery and total war against the Native Americans and their tribes was both morally bankrupt and fiscally irresponsible. Not to mention the fact that the Comanches were hardly pacified by the time he left office, Plum Creek or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Third person to sign up for public comments is B. Vallejo. Topic is Lamar name change.
Good evening, board members, Mr. Rios. I'm in awe with this because the most important issue here is not so much the name of Irene C. Cardwell or Marabou Lamar. It is the mental and the emotional and the psychogenic and educational stability of our Lamar students. That is what should matter to all of us. These students are just settling in from one little battle, and now comes another. I'm not here to talk bad about Mrs. Cardwell. We know she was a great person, a great educator, a person who loved San Felipe, Barrio, and its people. She was a person who stood up and took the lead in many matters that dealt with San Felipe. I do not need to see proof of her amazing character because I saw it firsthand. But consider this. From the original San Felipe Independent School District, the schools, during consolidation on May 6th of 1970, Lamar is the only school that remains with its original name. And from the 5 schools, we only now have 2 schools that remain open for educational purposes. I don't believe the Articles of Consolidation called for the elimination of schools in San Felipe. The name of Miss Irene Cardenas Cardwell means something to most everyone here and in Del Rio. And I personally stand in defense of her memory, for I realize how easy it is for us to forget history. But Mr. Marabou Lamar is the Texas Republic father of education, who made every county set aside 3 leagues of land, which are equal to 4,428 acres. And he wanted that land to be devoted to the educational purposes of all students, because he did set up schools for the free men and the free women. He also did set up schools for the Indians. We have to remember that most of the Hispanics or the Mexicans who were living in the area, and most of the free men and women that were living there, were basically coming in because either they lived here when it was Mexico, or because they had come in here where they had married white people. And yes, at that time, the Texas Congress did prohibit for free men and free women and Mexican citizens from attending schools. Or they limited their education to maybe up to 5th grade or 3rd grade, or maybe just 1st grade. Maybe they just learned how to read and write, and that was it. But consider this. We have all set policies that allow some students to be educated in different manners than the average population by procuring different educational programs. There were different times. The idea of changing the name of Lamar School causes a rift in the community of San Felipe, in the heart, mind, and soul of all who remember Miss Irene Cardenas Cardwell. I am grateful she was honored in life and in person on April 9th of 1999 when she was 90 years old by putting and changing the name of Travis School to Irene Cardwell. That was great. I know deep in my heart that that wasn't enough honor for her. I know La Madrina del Barrio would not like to have San Felipe pitted against each other. We've already been pitted once, one school with another. We don't want to be pitted again. This isn't fair to our students. This isn't fair to our community. I know she would not want to have her name used against the community that she loved and she worked for more than 44 years. Thank you.
Thank you. We have an additional person that signed up for public comments, Mariela Gonzalez. Topic is cafeteria summer pay.
Good evening. Ms. Gonzalez had to leave, but this lady Silvia is going to speak on her behalf, and I will translate if that's okay with the board.
Buenas tardes, señor presidente.
Is that okay?
Una pregunta. Was there a reason she left? She signed up and she left?
Yes, she thought that she would be able to speak within between 6 and 7, and the meeting, I guess, went too long, and she was called away.
Okay, because normally we don't allow a substitute, but we'll allow.
Thank you, sir.
Buenas tardes, señor presidente Mesa y miembros de la mesa directiva. Superintendente, doctor Ríos, mi nombre es Silvia Ramírez, pertenezco a la Asociación Fronteriza y Organización de la Ley de la Cafetería. Tenemos entendido que esta tarde que en la agenda estarán viendo el salario de las manejadoras de la cafetería durante el verano. Les pedimos que sean justos y decidan lo mejor para las manejadoras. Semanas pasadas estuvimos hablando con varios de ustedes y la señora Aide García, tocante al salario de las cocineras de la cafetería de verano, que en los últimos 10 años el pago ha sido de $10 por hora. Y ya es tiempo de que aumenten ese salario. Entendemos que no está en la agenda de hoy. Esperamos que para la próxima junta de la mesa directiva esté en la agenda y por favor voten a nuestro favor. Gracias.
Mr. Mesa, I'd be glad to translate unless you want to. Good evening, School Board President, Mr. Mesa, Superintendent Rios, school board members. My name is Sandra Fuentes, co-chair of the board organization. What the speaker just finished saying was that a couple of weeks ago, the association and the board organization, along with the board organization, met with several of you board members concerning the summer pay for cafeteria workers. Recently, we met with Aide Garcia concerning that issue as well. We understand on tonight's agenda, it is about the cafeteria managers' summer pay. We understand that the issue of the cafeteria cooks' pay is not on the agenda. We look forward to continuing to work with you concerning this issue on the next school board meeting and look for a favorable outcome of a little bit of more pay. The pay of $10 an hour for the summer cooks have been like that for 10 years. We believe firmly and strongly that it's time for higher pay for them. We look for the future to continue working with you on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we're under item 6, public hearings. We have none. 7, board members report. We have none. We're now down to item 8, reports. First report that we have is our Conic Foundation grant presentation. We have Roger Gonzalez and Brad Billadou.
Good evening, Mr. Mesa, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. Career and Technical Education is proud to partner with local community businesses as far as different programs that we have in CTE. One of the programs that we were able to obtain some grant money from was Arconic. So we actually have built that relationship. It started in 2016, where we received a grant for $20,810 to buy the Markforged 3D printer that was being used in our STEM engineering program. This 3D printer produced products in hard plastic, Kevlar, and carbon fiber. Continuing on with this last year's grant, we applied for a second grant through Arconic, and were awarded $21,000 for the purchase of a Techno CNC laser. This is a computer numeric control machine that actually is also part of our STEM program, engineering program, that actually cuts into wood and plastic glass. This CNC plasma is actually used in welding. The CNC laser is actually used in our STEM program, used by our students. Here's an example of the teachers that actually received additional training to build an automata box that was drawn in Autodesk Inventor and cut on the laser. This is a huge machine that actually is part of our program that actually students in the IED program, which is the second and third level of the STEM program, actually get to use. We network with a variety of teachers, whether they're science or math, so that they can actually see what's being produced in our STEM program. The robotics program was a major beneficiary of this grant. The hatch mechanism drawn in Inventor again, then Delrin cut out from the laser is actually shown on the right, and their cargo manipulator drawn in Inventor and wood template cut in laser and then routed, Lexan, is shown below. This, with the use of this equipment, we were able to lessen the amount of time and actually got us to the World Championship in robotics. There was a lot of student projects. One of the projects that we actually had was actually the collaboration between construction and STEM cluster. We do have some students that actually are part of additional programs. So in this program, some students that were in construction actually worked on this particular project with donations from the Buffalo Wings and Rings to actually produce this table, and actually just to actually practice the skill using the CNC laser machine. Some additional student projects were used using the CNC laser, or the Flowers laser, were again using different products and testing out the machine. Thrift whiteboard tile heartboard was used to actually cut some of those flowers. And of course, in robotics, the cargo sizing rings for this year's project is actually shown on the right-hand side. Here are some additional prototypes and automata cams that were used for this year's robot. So again, they were able to actually use the laser, save some time, and actually practice their skill within the engineering program. The robotics also this is an example of the laser cuttings and scrap material that actually is put at the bottom of the laser machine, and sometimes some additional scrap material can be used for additional projects, but it actually has a exhaust system that actually takes everything out into the exterior. The CNC laser control mechanism, actually students get to work on this machine and actually use a variety of different software programs, of course using Inventor, Corel, and other software. So thank you to Arconic for actually, and the support of Mr. Ken Smith, to actually support the growth of CTE programs. And I said this is the second grant that CTE is involved in with Arconic. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. Next item that we have. Thank you again, Mr. Gonzalez. And thank you, Arconic. Next item we have is item 8B, 2018 National School Lunch Program. And is that a typo there? It says 2018
It's 2018
for this past year.
for this
Okay.
2018-2019 year.
Okay. Equipment Assistance Grant Award, Mr. Arredondo.
Hey, good evening, President Mesa, Vice President Guanajuato Webb, Secretary Gonzalez, board members, and Dr. Rios. This is just an update on a grant that we applied for. I have a letter here from the Texas Department of Agriculture, Commissioner Sid Miller. I am pleased to inform you that the Texas Department of Agriculture, TDA, has selected your school food authority to receive the 2018 NSLP Equipment Assistance Grant. This grant will allow SFAs such as yours to provide excellent customer service and continue serving young Texas the nutritious food they need to succeed. So this was applied in November of 2018. That was the deadline to apply for this grant. And the grant selections were based on the application submitted for the 2018 NSLP Equipment Assistance Grant Program. The attached award list specifies the equipment purchases. The Chavira Elementary will be receiving a service line, a hot-cold mobile station, 1 unit at a value of $35,000. San Felipe Memorial Middle School will receive coolers for beverage milk, one unit, $7,500. San Felipe Memorial Middle School, a serving line, hot, cold, mobile stationary, 1 unit, $35,000, for a total of $77,500. Congratulations and thank you for your partnership from Commissioner Sid Miller.
Well, thank you, Mr. Arredondo, and I'm pleased that we're getting some assistance from grants. And I'm pleased to have the district participate in grant writing. At this time, we're under item 8C, HEB Excellence in Education Awards. San Felipe Duro CISD statewide semifinalist Sandra Hernandez presenting.
Good evening, Mr. Mesa, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. It is with great honor that I bring great news. Created in 2002, the HEB Excellence in Education Awards are designed to honor outstanding public school professionals and to thank them for their dedication and commitment. Through this program, HEB seeks to pay tribute to those educators who go the extra mile each and every day to serve their students and their communities, who inspire others to do the same. San Felipe Del Rio CISD and the leadership of Dr. Carlos H. Rios was recently recognized as a semifinalist in the 2019 HEB Excellence in Education District Awards. This honor is designed to recognize school districts and is based on the following criteria: commitment to student achievement, parent-community involvement, professional development opportunities for teachers and administrators. HEB received more than 1,500 applications from educators all over Texas. Of those applications, 150 teachers, 50 principals, 25 school districts, and 25 school boards were selected as semifinalists and went on to compete in the regional judging process. HEB Public Affairs Manager Jill Reynolds explained that their readers were very impressed by the written comments and the superintendent's extensive professional accomplishments. Among the areas the districts were measured, San Felipe Del Rio CISD was specifically recognized for the leadership development for students, parents, teachers, community leaders, administrators, and board members for providing strong evidence of a written curriculum demonstrated through classroom instruction, for defining student success and the structures and processes that are designed to help students achieve it. Specifically, the district was recognized for the implementation of systems of the planning protocol, the curriculum dashboard, the development and implementation of bilingual academies, and the major steps that it took in transforming the traditional high school concept into the development of smaller learning opportunities. The application explained the implementation and development of the blended academy, the non-traditional school for students in grades 8 through 12, the reconstruction of the old North Heights building into the state-of-the-art career and technical education center that we know is the Gerardo J. Maldonado CTE Center, the commissioning of the district's early college high school, and the creation of an elementary STEM-focused campus at Laughlin Air Force Base. San Felipe Del Rio was thanked for their innovative contribution to education and the dedication for all that is done every day to inspire and enlighten young minds. And we have a certificate that was signed by Mr. Charles Butt, Chairman and CEO of HEB. Congratulations. I'm going to bring this up.
Congratulations, Andrea. Congratulations on the honor, Dr. Rios. Comments?
It was nice to receive the award and that they took the time.
I do have one more comment before I close. We were notified by the Education Service Center that they will possibly be announcing the 2019 Superintendent of the Year, looking to make an announcement tomorrow formally. So we did submit as a district the nomination of Dr. Rios, so I anticipate that with all this wonderful news that we've received from HEB, that good luck will follow him.
Would you let us know as soon as you know?
We certainly will, as soon as we receive word from the Service Center.
Thank you so much. Dr. Rios.
I did want to thank the board for the courage that they have displayed over the last 4 years. All these programs that we've established took a lot of courage for the board to allocate the money and the support. None of them came with a resounding approval by the community because there were new programs, because there were programs that we hadn't heard before. But whether it be the number of kids that will be graduating in 2 weeks, the multiple certifications that have been earned, the increased bilingual program, 4 years after we started this, 5 years, we can definitely see a whole lot of progress, not only with the B rating we got from the state, but just a significant number of contributions we've made to the students' lives and by extension, the economic development of this community. So thank you, board, for having the courage to implement innovative programs. This is a recognition of this entire team of 8. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, we move on with our agenda. We're under item 8D, attendance and discipline report. Michelle Smith.
Sir, the report was included. Do you want us to go through the whole presentation or entertain questions?
I think at this time we'll take questions from board members if there are any comments, questions. Just a couple of acknowledgments on my part is when you look at the historical it kind of concerns me that we have some schools that are going downhill in regard to attendance. And, that always means at the end of the year, the weighted attendance and funding, of course, which we always look forward to. I applaud Cardwell. It's almost like instead of going downhill, they're going up, which is kind of out of the ordinary. But I am concerned with like Del Rio Middle School, for example, that historically it's going down quite a bit. And so that always concerns me because at the end, once students reach freshman school, then we notice that the dropout rate increases. And so something has to be done to increase the attendance and not let the students live by. Again, as you look at the reports, you see a lot of students that are skipping classes in between. And I know that there's ways of monitoring that when they do come in the morning to make sure that they do not leave or stay somewhere in the hallway and not attend classes, because they're skipping classes, and that numbers increases as well, district-wide. But other than that, any other board members that would like to comment? None? Okay, then hearing none, we move on to the next report, which is Facilities and Construction Report. Les Henge.
Good evening, President Mesa, Dr. Rios, members of the board. For our Facilities and Construction Monthly Report, we'll go through the service ticket summaries for maintenance, technology, and transportation. We'll go over briefly the status of our new construction projects, energy savings project, and touch on a project that we've been working on through the Operations Committee. The Maintenance Department ticket summary for the month. We have a total of 264 open tickets since August 13th through May 1st. And then the closed tickets for the school year at 3,084, with our concentration being on the heating and air conditioning at 1,054 tickets. And out of the current work orders we have open up, 23% of those are geared towards the locksmith trade. And that's part of our classroom door handle renovation or replacement project. That's the reason for that. But for the month, all the maintenance tickets are showing a decrease from last month. Technology department, again, we're showing a decrease from last month. The open tickets are 147 with 6,554 closed for the year. Out of those, our majority of our tickets come in originally as connectivity, and then after we go through and troubleshoot those, then we determine if they're computer related, and then we make those adjustments. So right now, if you notice there under open work orders, our connectivity and our computers are both at 41%. So we kind of bounce back and forth on those two. Transportation tickets. We currently have 68 tickets that are open, 590 that are closed. The majority of the created tickets are 572 pertaining to yellow buses, and our open transportation tickets are 78% of those are yellow bus tickets. We have seen an increase on the 90-day. At the time that this report had a snapshot done, some of those tickets were completed, but they weren't closed out prior to the snapshot. So the majority of the 90-day-old tickets are either completed and were not closed, or they were tickets waiting on parts. For a new construction update, we do have a timeline here for the Dr. Lonnie Green parking lot expansion. That'll be going before the board tonight for approval on a general contractor. And we've outlined what we feel is a realistic timeline to be able to get that project done before school starts. Also under new construction, Del Rio High School, the 200 wing renovations. That project is on schedule, or on track to being completed on time. Exterior frames have gone up. The heating and air conditioning is ready at this point. Once we get further along with the wall finishes, then we'll be able to go through and get the ceiling put in, but all the ductwork is in, asbestos has been removed. So we're in really good shape on that one right now. Furniture delivery is anticipated to be around the first week in July. Drywall is currently still going up, and they're working through the tape and floating process. Once that's completed, then they'll be working on the floors to get those finished off. Dining hall renovation for the high school. I've also set up a timeline here based on what we currently have outstanding that we need to get completed, and being able to get most of this work done over the summertime. Bids open on that project for a general contractor tomorrow, so we'll be bringing a recommendation at the board budget workshop coming up on the 28th for approval to be able to move forward with demo this summer and being able to work on that project. And then the ceiling. We've gone through and done some preliminary studies. The ceiling surface is roughly 37,000 square feet. We projected about 275 gallons of paint. Breaking all that down, material costs is a little under $10,000 in paint, and projected labor costs at $20 a square foot. We're projecting all in to be somewhere around $750,000. What we've done recently is we did do a ceiling scrape, which is that picture to the right there. It's down by the 200 wing if anyone wants to go and actually see what it looks like. Our in-house painters from maintenance did this, and basically they scraped it, primed it, and put a coat of paint on there. The finish that we ended up with doing that is just like the columns that we have throughout the cafeteria and the mall, or the main mall area. I believe that we will have to address some acoustics at some point if we take this approach, but this would definitely get the ceiling area cleaned up. And this process really has to be done before we can move on to an acoustic solution anyways, based on conversations we've had with architects and some contractors that have looked at it. So that's something that I would like to explore more, actually narrow down the overall labor, be able to get a couple quotes on that, and just see how it aligns with what we have here. We've seen the projected labor costs as low as $10 a square foot, and we've seen it as high as $30 a square foot. So and we can deal with any questions that we have on that once I get through, unless you want to do it now, sir.
Mr. Smith?
We can do it later or now, it doesn't matter. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, I think it's definitely something that we've got to pursue tied to that overall renovation project of the cafeteria. I don't think there's a choice, but I'm surprised at $20. You're saying projected, you've got bids on that, or you're just putting that number out in the sky based on a couple of...
No, sir. This is based on conversations that we've had with people in the industry. It's nothing by any means that would bring a recommendation at this point, but there's been enough conversation about it to where I wanted to at least be able to present to the board some idea of what we're looking at.
Okay. Now, one question tied to the acoustics. When you did the CTE building, I think that's what those are, is like those floating clouds. Those are like acoustic panels, really, essentially. Is that what that is?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. High level, what was that cost to do? You know, in rough math, I'm not asking you a quote right now, but think about something similar to that inside that world. What would that look like in cost?
We did explore that option, and we discussed it with the architect. The concern there is because of the shape of the ceiling, it would obstruct the view. And if we only put the clouds at the high spots, then it would still leave a lot of uncovered space. So that area was discussed. We are looking at other options with the architect. This was just the first option and the preliminary work that has to be done. We know that $750,000 is too high, and we're not going to pay anywhere near that. But just in our own rough calculations, that's what it is. We can look at different labor, whether they spray it, whether they roll it. and try to get the cheapest cost, because that will only be the first step. But it will make it aesthetically very nice. However, we still have to come back and address the acoustics.
Yep.
But at least at the end of the summer, everything will look nice, and that ugly cotton, we'll call it cotton surface, will be done away with. However, before we engage in any action, we will bring a specific cost to the board for their approval with budget implications. We just at least know now that we can do the first step and be able to move forward.
Outstanding.
Yes, I have a question, and
Yes, sir.
basically it's pretty much tied into the acoustics. Was this blown insulation meant to curb the cost of heating and air conditioning, or was it meant for acoustics?
It had a dual role, Mr. Mesa. Back in when this was first done, probably when the building was initiated many years ago, because I know that they changed it. It probably had the dual role. Acoustics will be an issue. Now with the more efficient AC systems, insulation not so much an issue, but the acoustics will. So we have to see the effect it has first, and then move swiftly to the next step.
Yeah, I remember that it was replaced once because it contained asbestos.
Yeah. Yes, from my research, I found it was abated back in the early 80s.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Continue.
Lonnie Green, the exterior painting project is moving forward. We're anticipating that'll be completed this month. We did find a couple other areas that fell outside of the original scope that the painter will stay engaged with. And then once school lets out, the contractor will be moving over to Calderon for the interior paint that'll be done over the summertime. So this is somewhat the before. It does have some primer on the backside there, but this is what it currently looks like now. So there was this color change in there, but that project seems to be moving along. The ESCO project, we still have a little bit of areas to report on this yet. The mechanical progress report, there was some work in the 200 wing that I believe has been completed, but they haven't signed off because we don't have permanent power up over there with the renovations, and they have to test all this before we can give final sign off. 600 wing will be going under major work once school lets out with the heating and air conditioning. And then, of course, the 400 wing will be moving on there as well. Interior lighting report. Work has been done over the last month at 6th grade, Chavita, middle school, and freshmen. And we are finding some areas that may have gotten missed in the original walkthrough of the project when the scope was put together. So 1 month it's 99%, then it goes down to 98, and we're kind of balancing back and forth just to make sure we get everything that was originally, sold to the district. The exterior project, Blended Academy and Garfield received some work over the last month, and that's another one where we're trying to finish the final walkthroughs and just make sure that every light bulb was caught and converted over to the LED solution. HVAC automation, there's currently work being done at Early College, North Heights, Del Rio Middle School, Lamar, and Freshman Campus. But a lot of these systems are online now. So the anticipation is these updates will be falling off once we start collecting enough data. So then we can start showing what the savings is on a monthly basis. We do have some campuses that are communicating into the software right now. So for example, the high school showed a $32,000 savings. But again, we're still letting all these systems collect in yet, get all this data in, run it against our rates, and then we can start seeing that it is actually paying for itself. So that I'm hoping probably within the next 60 days we'll start having some concrete numbers on that where we can show savings per campuses. but we are getting very close at this point. And then one project that came out of our operations committee was Del Rio Middle School turf, which is on the agenda later on tonight. We did receive contractor bids. We'll be bringing a recommendation tonight. And it is possible that we can get this done over the summer and have it ready before school starts if the board chooses to move forward with that project. Questions?
Question, Mr. Smith?
So on the reconditioning of the middle school football field or athletic field, that does that timing support fall training or no?
I'm sorry, sir.
Can you?
I couldn't hear.
Sorry. So does the timing, does it support fall training for the middle school athletic field upgrade?
Yeah, yes, sir. This project could be done in time and not affect anything that.
What time does that athletic training kick off in the fall?
It happens at the high school. So at the middle school, whatever, Coach Smith, can you come to the podium, sir? Because if anything was to happen at the middle school, because of the weights, everybody goes to the high school. Middle school doesn't have a significant weight room.
Well, football starts in either late July or August, doesn't it, training?
For the high school, freshmen through 9th through 12th graders, yes. But the middle school is not allowed to start any kind of practices until the first day of school.
Okay.
Which is August the 19th.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're.
My mistake.
We're
I
good.
thought they were out there before that. Maybe they're just.
No. Now, cross country is out there using the grass areas, but it won't affect them at all.
Awesome. Thank you.
I have a question, Liz. We did not have anything in our packet in regard to the middle school. Was that because of the timing?
Yes, sir. But I did include it in the board update. The bids came in after we had published the agenda. That's why in the board, we shared with you all the information, the updated memo, and the 4 people that submitted the bid. And we knew that was going to happen just because we had to reissue the bids. The first time we issued them, for whatever reason, the bidders didn't get the information, so then we had to call them back, and then we had to establish another day for them to come visit. And the comparison, the bids, I believe it happened Thursday, so I shared that in the board update, and we apologize for that.
No, I missed some discussion on that at the last board meeting, and then I missed the workshop, but that's the reason I'm asking, because of my absence. I need to catch up on some information. Remind me again where the funding is coming from?
The last board meeting, we did reallocate over $1 million from technology to new construction. And the funding for this source would come out of that $1 million that was reallocated. The reason that we reallocated it was we didn't have nearly enough time to spend that money in technology and be responsible about it within the time frame that we have from now until the new budget. With procurement and everything else that goes into it, we definitely have more need on the operations side right now for that $1 million investment.
Okay. And the other question I had is, I recall from the first time this item, years ago, more than a year ago, was brought up, the amount was a lot larger than the bid that I see now. Is there a reason for that?
No, sir. This amount is actually is probably about $30,000 more expensive than the previous one. We were hoping that the bidders would maintain the same price, but they didn't. It was $30,000 higher for the same product, and it's approximately 1 year later.
I recall that it was larger, but it was never awarded. There were not bids or anything, but I guess an estimate? What did we come up with the last time that it was presented?
We did do 2 comparisons, natural grass solution versus turf, and we brought both of those numbers, and then we ended up doing a recommendation of the turf. and it didn't receive enough votes. It was 1 year to the date.
So that amount was larger than the amount that we have now?
The amount that we have now is 30,000 more than what this product was this time last year, which was turf.
Okay, okay. I just want to make sure, because I know that even the bids were quite substantial regarding this lowest amount.
Right, and we did a price comparison, and just the figures that we had given the board last year were $34,337 annually to maintain what's currently out there, and that doesn't include staff. So over the 15-year period of the turf, it works out a little over $515,000. So when you factor in the staff to maintain it, the turf's going to pay for itself during the life of it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Messer, perhaps the last time we presented it, we gave the two options, and one of the options was if we were to put sod out there in the pump, the expense over the 15-year mark would be more than what we're paying now for the turf. That's why you might remember a higher amount, but that was for the turf and the upkeep of it. But for the actual astroturf, we'll call it, this amount is $30,000 more expensive than the amount we recommended to the board a year ago.
Okay, okay. Because see, I was not aware that the money was coming from technology, and it's money that again is leftover funds from the department going into this project. But you will be asking for that amount for the coming year for your technology department?
Yes, this money that we reallocated was part of the sustainability or TRE money that was allocated this year. And technology was just not able to get purchases that would be beneficial to us in and get everything deployed yet this summer. So then last month we took the recommendation to reallocate that money to new construction to put it at other needs that we could get done yet over the summer.
Okay. Okay, you answered my question. Thank you. Any other questions from board members? There being none?
One more thing, just and not a question or anything. It's just making sure that Mr. Mesa has all the things that we talked about tied to that one project. And I apologize, but we talked about injuries, and there was some injury data that was floating around that was tied to it, and I don't know if you got a chance to review that or not, just so that.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
There being no other questions, we'll move on with the agenda. We're down to the consent agenda. Again, there's some minutes from a regular meeting and minutes from a special call workshop. And along with that, again, there's other purchases. One action will approve all items on the consent agenda. While you're looking at that and would like to either ask questions or single any item out to be pulled out from the consent agenda, I'll have our secretary, Mrs. Gonzalez, read out the donations for us, if you could.
Okay.
They're numerous.
About 1,000 of them, but I'll make it fast. I appreciate everything we get, but Buffalo Wings and Rings donated $150 to Blended Academy. The Spot and Pro Shop donated $100 to Roberto Bobby Barrera STEM Elementary, $90 to Buena Vista Elementary, $260 to Buena Vista Elementary Student Council, $360 to Dr. Lonnie Green Kindergarten, $135 to Lamar Elementary 5th grade, $100 to Lamar Elementary 2nd grade, $140 to North Heights Elementary, $340 to San Felipe Memorial Middle School Robotics. Chick-fil-A donated $286.55 to Buena Vista Elementary. Several donors contributed a total of $913.10 to Buena Vista Elementary Robotics. Sports Promotion Network donated $55 to Del Rio High School cheerleaders. Del Rio Chamber of Commerce $150 to Del Rio High School CTE Culinary. Del Rio Hispanic Chamber of Commerce $100 to Del Rio High School FBLA. Bad Boys Fireworks donated $500 to Del Rio High School Metal Trades. San Felipe Del Rio CISD Education Foundation donated $742.53 to Del Rio High School Metal Trades. Valverde County donated $2,500 to Del Rio High School Robotics. Life Touch National School Studios donated $1,370.40 to Buena Vista Elementary, $232.50 to Del Rio Middle School, $286 to Calderon Elementary, $206 to Lamar Elementary, $360 to North Heights Elementary. Hyundai of Del Rio donated $200 to Cardwell Elementary. Tree of Cavalry Ministries donated $400 to Lamar Elementary 5th grade. Lamar Elementary Student Council received $100 from Alonso Martinez, $200 from American Legion Post 595, $545.78 from Mr. Gaddis, $100 from San Felipe Exes Memorial. The Bank and Trust donated $300 to San Felipe Del Rio CISD. Joey and Ray Garcia donated 2 sandwich trays, 1 fruit tray, chips, sodas, cups, ice, and candy. Estimated value $110 to Blended Academy. Del Rio High School Health Science Club received 2 boxes of chicken, estimated value $40 from Apache Meat Market. 2 boxes of chicken, estimated value $40 from La Hacienda Meat Market. Hot dogs, bread, vegetables, condiments, chicken, bacon, sausage, foam plates, waste bags, and cooler, estimated value $100 from Promadora Amistad. 1 box of chicken, estimated value $20 from Saúl Cimentel. Calderon Elementary received 20 trees, estimated value $250 from Bowers Grass and Tree Farm. 2 trees, estimated value $120 from Gerald and Kathy Smith. 4 bags of soil and 12 flower seeds, estimated value $35.08 from Russell True Value. 1 tree, estimated value $20 from the Sanders family. 1 tree, estimated value $223.70 from Schneider Element. Got too many elementaries here. From Schneider Electric, 1 50-pound bag of grass seeds, estimated value $84.99 from Tractor Supply Company. It's been a long night. Okay. Marlena Soto donated 72 headphones, estimated value $80 to Garfield Elementary. First United Methodist Church donated 40 bags of food, estimated value $400 to Garfield Elementary. Cardwell Elementary received 2 bicycles, estimated value $103 from Brown Automotive Center. Flowers, estimated value $25 from Casa de Tony. 10 $10 gift cards from HEB. 20 Easter baskets and 1,000 plastic eggs, estimated value $600 from Promised Land Church. Central Church of Christ donated 30 bags of snacks, estimated value $151.80 to Lamar Elementary. San Felipe Del Rio CISD received 2 $25 gift cards from Applebee's, 4 $25 gift cards from Border Federal Credit Union, 16 individual roses, and 2 flower bouquets, estimated value $139.98 from CNC Flower Designers, 10 $10 gift cards from Chili's, $20 game cards, and 500 preferred guest cards, estimated value $2,965.50 from Mr. Gaddis. 1 Kendra Scott necklace, estimated value $162.38 from Russell's True Value. 5 $10 gift cards from Walmart. 16 $10 gift cards from Whataburger. 1 diamond and pearl bracelet, estimated value $116 from Zales Jewelers. 2,456 free kids meal certificates. 120 bookmarkers with free kids meal stubs, estimated value $13,524 from Buffalo Wings and Rings. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, and I know that's a long list. We appreciate all the assistance of individuals and businesses that contribute to the district. We could not do it without you. Again, we appreciate everything that you do for us. At this time, I'll ask board members or any corrections to the minutes of the meetings, either the regular meeting or the workshop, or any questions in regard to any item on the consent agenda? Or any item that you would like to pull out from the consent agenda and vote on it separate? None? Hearing none, then I'll entertain a motion for approval of the consent agenda. Motion by Mr. Smith, seconded by Mrs. Webb. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we're down to 10A, Administration Discussion to Release RFQ, Request for Qualifications for General Counsel. Again, this is something that I think for the last 3 months, first board members requested some additional information, and then I was absent for the last meeting that we were here. We have since received information from administration regarding questions. We will just pretend that Joe Hoffer is not here this evening from Schulman. Mr. Hoffer, how are you doing? But Mr. Joe Hoffer. I just wanted to mention a couple of things. First of all, is the cafeteria lady mentioned the salaries for the workers have not been revisited for 10 years. There used to be policies that were longer than 10 years. We have a board policy review committee that looks at those policies. For example, DEC employee leave and absences, where they had days at retirement and they were being paid at $25 a day, whether they were principals or paraprofessionals. And so a lot of them, employees decided to either come and work 1 day out of the week and be out 4. It was, you can't imagine what it costs the district and the school, because we had counselors that were out 4 days and showing up to work once. And so something had to be done. And so we revised that. And I'm glad that we have a policy review committee that looks at those things, because it just makes sense. We still have employees now that want to take all their absences, and if you're in a position as like assistant principal or principal, before you wouldn't even think of leaving a school for that long, because it just it's very unmanageable for the leader of that campus if they have an assistant principal that's out and showing up on Fridays only or Mondays. And so that's why revisions happen. Now, a request for qualifications, I'll give you an example. The April issue of the Lone Star magazine, the title of the Lone Star magazine, or the cover, it says, "How safe is your sensitive data? Cyber attacks can compromise productivity, budgets, public trust." And not too long ago, the city was hacked into. The system was down for a number of days until they could repair the system, and so there was frustration. I know that when I showed up, they said I had a pending tax bill, and I said, no, I paid it. And so the next day I brought the receipt and said, oh, we just haven't updated our system because it was down. And so it causes some frustration amongst the public. The system was down. They had not re-entered the paper receipts that they had done. And so many citizens were being charged excessive billing, for water and utilities and so forth. And so you have to have that receipt and show that you paid it, but it wasn't entered into the system because someone had hacked into the system. And so there's many different things that can happen nowadays. And so when you request for qualifications, you're simply asking for qualifications. You're not asking to change legal counsel. You're looking to review. Are there some perks that can be obtained by looking at requests for qualifications? I think there are. Are there some reviews that perhaps need to happen? I think there are. The last time that we've revisited legal counsel was 2010, 2011. And since then, we have not revisited that. And so I am aware that our legal counsel does a lot. They certainly, I was made aware that this year again, our legal counsel presented at the, I think it's the law conference that is put on by either, is it UT, Mr. Hoffer, University of Texas, that I used to attend before. It's an excellent conference. Sandra Hernandez attended this year. Now there's a conflict between the winter governance, and so a lot of the board members cannot go because there's a conflict with that. But there's many things that have changed over the course of 2010, 2011. And so request for qualifications is simply asking, let's review that. If we feel that we need to make a change, there are some perks that are being allowed by other individuals, or if less of a cost, we'll look at all that and then make a decision later. But this is just a request for qualifications. That is all. Comments?
On my end, I'll be the first to comment, I guess. I mean, I think everybody heard my opinion last meeting. And you know, we asked for some additional data, and we got it. The data doesn't really compellingly lead me in any direction that we need to make any adjustment. And if we don't need to make any adjustment, I question whether we need to absorb the resources that will have to be put in play to make to put these RFQs together. I mean, at the end of the day, somebody's got to collect and do and administer and review and do all that stuff. And if there was a value to it, I'd be all for it. Or if there was a need that I could compellingly see that it's there, but we've got resources that would be absorbed doing other things. But anyway, I don't support it, so not emotional discussion. So.
Sure, I understand.
What is that? What's going to happen when you ask for it? Who does it? You're just asking for
Dr. Rios, the want to explain the process?
No, please.
If the board chose to launch an RFQ, I would recommend a process that would probably include having somebody evaluate the RFQs, identify the top 3 submitters, and then this legal counsel works for the board. So then I would recommend that the board have a workshop specifically to interview the top 3 or top 4 firms. But because they work specifically for the board, administration would not make a recommendation. We would have somebody who didn't participate in the bid do some kind of rubric. We would provide the information, but then the board needs to interview them, because you don't want the superintendent recommending a firm. I'm going to recommend someone that's real favorable to the superintendent. It needs to be interviewed by the board.
Any other questions?
No, and to add to that, I just if I felt like there was a compelling need, I would be supporting the time that we would need to devote as a board to do it. I just don't see anything compelling that's out there at the moment.
So I understand.
How long have they been, Mr. Schulman, been in the district? How long have they been employed?
I'm sorry?
How many years? Ever since I can remember. About more than 20 years or what?
The question is how long?
Yeah.
So, we had records from 2010, 2011.
They were there before, when I was covering the school board.
Dr. Rios?
Mr. Schulman has worked for different companies before he established Schulman, Hoffer, Lopez, Adelstein and Associates. Prior to that, he worked for a different firm that did represent the board. So while the current firm has been with the board approximately 10 years, Mr. Schulman has been with the district well beyond the 10 years. And I don't have that specific number. Maybe Joe Hoffer does.
It was with a different law firm until you branched out. Correct? Okay. Okay. Thank you for the historical data.
It was more than 20 years.
If again, just bringing this up, this is a request for qualification is not a request for, again, selecting another firm. We would have to do that process. Again, as Dr. Rios mentioned, we would have to interview. Would the board want to request an RFQ? If there's a request, I will entertain a motion for a request.
I'm sorry, sir. I just want to remind that for today, it's discussion. If the board wants to do that, then on the May 28th special call meeting, we would put it there for action.
Okay.
Today was just to see if there was any additional information that we needed to provide, or just for you to get a gist, and that way you can direct me what to place on the agenda.
I'm glad you clarified that, because the next item shows the same thing, discussion.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Any other discussion in regard to Mr. Contreras?
Mr. Mesa, I just want to make my own comment as far as kind of in the same as Mr. Smith. If there was a dollar amount that we can save, based on if we put out an RFQ and based on what we determine we need that we don't have from the current legal counsel, by all means, I think we should ask for qualifications, but that's a discussion that we need to identify the needs that we currently don't have with the current council. And then the dollar amount, in comparison to other attorneys or other firms, whether it's litigation or if it's representation for legal matters, grievances, whatever the case may be, whether it's a simple phone call, how many phone calls. For us to have that discussion and have a dollar amount, see if we can save it, and if we can, fine, we'll ask for the RFQ, and if there is no dollar savings, well, then why even change?
But excuse me, how do you know until you do this?
Exactly. I mean, but that's up to us, for us to have the discussion on what we currently don't have that we would want from somebody different.
Mm-hmm.
But we did get some information from administration in regard to.
Yeah, on the dollar amounts and stuff, but once again, personally, for me right now, only you and Dr. Rios can contact the attorney. I would want to have an open discussion, and if I have a legal question, for us to be able to, each individual board member to be able to contact the attorney and ask him, rather to go through you or through Dr. Rios. I mean, that's one big difference that I would want from somebody else. And I understand that maybe things have been done different, but once again, this is the opportunity for us to speak out and say, hey, this is what I would like if we're going to go a different route.
Right, and I understand you coming from the city, it's just set up different from the city, because every council person has access to their attorney right then and there. Ours is a little bit different, where the presiding officer is going to be asking the question even in closed session. Other members can ask that, but the presiding officer is the one that is in contact with the attorney for questions that arise.
Mm-hmm.
But it's very different from the city. I know exactly what you're talking about. Any other discussion?
Yeah, from that standpoint, I mean, just to make sure that that's a clear statement, is that's not an attorney protocol. That's something that was a board decision made at some point in time. It has nothing to do with who our legal counsel is. This is something that whether we as individual board members talk, that's something that we could decide as a board to change that. If we felt the need.
Except for phone calls. For example, if right now, as it stands, if there's a phone call, we get charged. Am I correct, Dr. Rios?
Yes, sir.
Okay. See, that would be something that we'd be able to negotiate, whether at the front end or at the back end, if we have a retainer with the firm. If we have a retainer with the firm with X amount of phone calls where we don't have to get charged, because we are paying the retainer, whether the front end or back end of the contract, that's a dollar savings that we right now don't have.
That's a fair point. Yeah.
And that's the type of discussion that we need to have, and that's what I'm saying. For us to sit down and say, this is what we have, but this is what we would want to have, from the current council, and save us some money.
Yeah, saving money and assure that we get adequate council coverage simultaneous to that. So yeah, it's a two.
And the reason that it's done that way is, can you imagine if 7 individuals would call legal counsel and get a different interpretation? I mean, this is why we do it during closed session. So
That's
that
fine.
Everyone can be there.
I'm not arguing whether it's right or wrong. I'm just making sure that it's clear that it's a policy. It's not something that is tied to the contract. It's something that we've decided that at some point in time. Not. Yeah.
Dr. Rios, you want to comment on that? Oh, the reason it's set up is for the presiding officer to be in contact with the legal counsel in regard to questions, and then either in closed session, again, verify the response so that all board members can hear.
Right. By your own policy, the superintendent and the board president are the spokespersons for the district in all matters. But it's your policy. You can change that. In terms of contacting legal counsel, you have options to restructure that. But you can restructure it as a matter of the RFQ, where you would say, you know, this is what we want to do. We want to allocate $2,000 a month for any board member to contact, or keep it the same. So what would have to happen is that there would first, if you chose to do this, the first thing that would have to happen is that the board would have to have a workshop to agree on the RFQ, because again, there's your attorneys. So we would have to have somebody lead you through RFQ design workshop, and then you can have all these discussions, because each one of them has a dollar amount. And unless you have some controls in place, the bills could get out of hand. As you saw in what I shared with you from other districts, you saw that our bills were larger than other districts, but they were also way smaller than other districts similar to our size. But it's all because of the controls that you have in place. So if I just, to answer Mr. Mesa's original question in more depth, the process would begin with, if y'all voted to have an RFQ, the process will begin by first having a workshop to agree on what the RFQ would contain. So that when you put it out, you get all the information. And then we will go through that process, then compare it. But you have to have some type of control in place. If not, the billing will get outrageous. Some districts, as you saw, on a monthly basis, were paying in excess of $100,000.
Yep.
That's too much.
No doubt. I just want to make sure that it's clear the difference between what would go in an RFQ and policy. Your policy would drive what you're asking for in an RFQ. And the way I was hearing a minute ago is that they were intertwined, and I was just making sure that there were two separate definitions.
And by being a member of TASB, for example, TASB has their legal department that every board member can contact.
Sure.
And it's, again, a department of attorneys that represent school districts, and every board member has access to the TASB attorneys.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, this is for discussion, then we will, any other discussion? Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mesa. I need clear direction between now and the time we post the agenda for the 28th or the following board meeting, if y'all want me to bring it back for action. So however you want to decide that between now and then, as long as I know, I'll put it on.
At some point, we're going to have to take a vote, so just put it on action for the next board meeting.
I do have one last question. When was the last, because I believe the school district used to have their own attorney, right? When was that? Do you remember the year? And why we went the other way for us to have what we currently have? We used to have our own attorney present.
The attorney was present at board meetings, but they were actually, it was only in regard to following Robert's Rules of Order. You know, not any, you know, it's like that somebody makes a motion, somebody seconded it, if there's an amendment, they would ask those type of questions, but they were not specialized in school law. It was more for Robert's Rules of Order. And they were at every board meeting, but, you know, that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
So we'll just put it on the agenda for next time. If that's fine. If it doesn't pass, that's fine too. Okay. Okay, we move on to item 10B, Val Verde County Appraisal District Board of Directors vacancy. Dr. Rios.
Mr. Mesa, members of the board, as I indicated through the board update, the school district has 4 members on the Val Verde Appraisal District Board of Directors. Recently, Mr. Mesa informed us that he wanted to step down as a member, and we notified the chief appraiser. And she shared with us a memo on the process to fill that vacancy, and that memo was provided in the board update. What will end up happening is that every entity will be given the opportunity to submit a replacement. All the time, in every single case, the other entities have respected the representation from each one of the entities, and it's one of their members that resigns, and it's that entity that puts somebody forward. They don't have to. They can nominate somebody. But they don't, because when the vote comes up again, there's enough votes to reinstate the membership from that district. What I need from the board members between now and the June meeting is submission of names, and then I will bring those names on the June agenda for y'all to take a vote on who the representative will be that fills Mr. Mesa's slot. It will be brought back as an action item for the June board meeting, so I hope to receive names. Previously, there weren't enough names, so then administration went out and asked some community members to step up and participate, and that's how we fill that vacancy. So you have an opportunity between now and June to submit a name, and then we'll bring it back, and you'll pass a resolution submitting that name.
And may I add that also board members can be
Any name, okay, board
members as well, so.
That's what I wasn't clear on.
Mr. Mesa, I would like to nominate at this time Mr. Alejandro Garcia.
I think we're gonna give enough board members time to.
I just want to put it out there.
Okay. Dr. Rios wrote it in. Okay. Item 10C, consideration approved for the board president to appoint 3-member board finance committee. I would like to see if our board members would like to stay on. This is an annual thing that we do. The board finance committee consists of Fred Contreras, Linda Guanajuato Webb, Ken Smith. Would you all be willing to continue?
I'd stay on.
Yes, sir.
I'll stay on.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Item 10.
Sorry, so you still need to vote.
Oh.
It's approval.
Okay, we will take, I will make a motion to approve the board members and the board finance committee as being Fred Contreras, Linda Guanajuato Webb, Ken Smith. Is there a second to the motion? Mr. Smith, all those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Okay, motion carries. We have the board finance committee. Next item is item 10D. Consideration to approve the board president to appoint a 3-member board operations committee. Current board operations committee members are Ken Smith, chairman, Amy Haynes Sanders, Fred Contreras. Would you be willing to stay?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Contreras?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does someone make a motion? I will make a motion that we will continue with our board operations committee members. It's Mr. Ken Smith, chairman, Amy Haynes Sanders, and Fred Contreras. Is there a second to the motion? Mrs. Guanajuato Webb, all those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you again. Item 10E, consideration approved for the board president to appoint a 3-member board policy review committee. Current board policy committee members are yours truly, Raymond Mesa, Josh Overfelt, Diana Gonzalez. Ms. Gonzalez, would you be willing
Yes,
to
sir.
say? Mr. Overfelt?
I'd like to step down for the coming year.
Step down from the board policy review. Is there someone that would like to fill in for board policy review? In Mr. Overfelt's place? We're gonna spread thin here. Everybody's in committees, going to meetings left and right.
If no one wants to step in, I'll stay on, sir.
Anyone? Okay, thank you, Mr. Overfelt. I really appreciate it. Okay, I will make a motion that we will keep our current policy review committee members as Raymond Mesa, Josh Overfelt, Diana Gonzalez. All those, that's a motion. Is there a second to the motion? Okay, Amy Sanders. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carried unanimously. We now have our 3 committees. Thank you again for volunteering. Item 10F, consideration of approved first reading and final reading of localized policy update affecting DK local assignment and schedule. Sandra Hernandez.
Good evening, Mr. Mesa, once again, Dr. Rios and members of the board. This evening, I'm bringing forward DK local assignment and schedules. Through the assistance of TASB Legal and our policy consultant at TASB, we've been able to draft an internal nepotism policy which clarifies the relationships among district employees. DK local specifically clarifies that a school district employee shall not be assigned to a campus or a department where any member of his or her family is in the line of supervision. The draft policy includes an effective date, which will be adjusted to the date the board adopts the policy. At this time, I can entertain any questions.
Questions from board members? I think all of you have had time to look at it.
Just
Yes,
one.
Mr. Overfelt?
To what degree does that go out? First, second, third?
So the policy and the one that you're referring to is a policy for board members. In this particular policy, this is an internal policy. So this is a campus, if we look at the...
So we don't have to worry about first, second, third degree of...
Correct.
Okay.
So it's any member of his or her family, whoever is in line of supervision. So in other words, if I'm in a department or a campus and there is a direct relationship, for purposes of this policy, it's immediate family, including parent, child, sibling, spouse, and the spouse of an employee's parent, child, or sibling.
Any other questions? Okay, recommendation, please.
Yes, sir. It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the first and final reading of DK Local and the recommended revisions to this policy.
You've read the recommendation. I will entertain a motion for approval.
Point of clarification.
Yes, clarifications, Dr. Rios?
The policy, it says May 1st, but the policy will be effective beginning.
The date that it's approved. If it's approved today, then that
Okay.
will be amended to show the date, today's date.
It would be approved May 20th if it's approved.
Correct.
Mr. Smith made a motion. Is there a second to the motion? Mrs. Webb, Guanajuato Webb, make the second. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Sir.
Item G, consideration to approve amendments to the 2018-2023 District of Innovation Local Innovation Plan and renewed membership of the District of Innovation Committee. Sandra Hernandez.
Good evening once again. Bear with me while I get the slide going. I would like to recognize the fact that we do have our District of Innovation Committee members that are here, some members that are here. So I'd like to have them stand up at least and be recognized. And I'd like to thank them for their service. On March the 26th, 2019, the District of Innovation Plan was approved by the Board of Trustees. Soon after this approval, the district received its designation by the Texas Education agency as the District of Innovation. By law, the District of Innovation, the Innovation Plan, is a 5-year term, and it began on March the 26th, 2018, which the date that it was approved by the board, and it's expected to end on March the 26th, 2023, unless it's rescinded or renewed by the board in accordance with law, or terminated by the Commissioner of Education. As a requirement for the District of Innovation, we're required to conduct an annual review. So as we look at, we're going to draw your attention to the presentation. The terms of the District of Innovation Plan is that the designation may not exceed 5 years. As I mentioned earlier, the plan began on March the 26th last year, and it will end on March the 26th. That's not right, not 2019, but 2023. The District of Innovation Plan must be reviewed annually by the District of Innovation Committee. The District of Innovation Plan may be amended, rescinded, or renewed by the recommendation and a majority vote of the committee, along with 2/3 majority vote of the board. The terms of the plan also include the notification to the commissioner if any actions are taken. And as part of the annual review process, the membership of the District of Innovation Committee will be renewed and or modified by a majority vote of the board. So we conducted our annual review on April the 17th of this year. We reviewed the terms and we reviewed the membership. We reviewed the exemptions that we submitted, which were under the Chapter 12A Texas Education Code, which is the innovation. We looked at the uniform start date, the first date of instruction, and reviewed the educator certification for CTE programs. When we did this, we reviewed how it went. We asked the committee members, how did it go with the change? And so, again, they mentioned positive feedback. Transition was harmless and did very well. So they talked about that. And when we spoke about the educator certification for CTE programs, there were 2 individuals that were hired under the District of Innovation. On April the 17th, on that same date, there was a recommendation to amend the exceptions under the educator certification for CTE programs to include the area of business management and administration at the time. The committee agreed to reconvene once more on Monday, May the 6th, to allow for all members to vote on this recommendation. On May the 6th, when the committee reconvened, they clarified and amended the language under the educator certification for CTE programs to read and specify Business Information Management courses, or BIM courses. They recommended the inclusion of a requirement of an appropriate Microsoft Office Specialist, MOS certification for instructors of Business Information Management courses. And the District of Innovation Committee approved the recommended amendments to the District of Innovation Plan by a majority vote. In your packet, you have a copy of the draft, which includes these changes that we described right after the PowerPoint presentation. The District of Innovation Committee also reviewed the membership, and at the time, all members wanted to continue participating in the advisory committee, except for one person. That person was unable to fulfill their duties as the District of Innovation Committee member. And at this time, I can entertain any questions.
Questions from board members? So it's my understanding that it's only BIM, Business Information Management,
Correct.
and the specialist for Microsoft, which will
Yes.
be working with the BIM.
the BIM courses.
Okay.
Yes.
Anyone else? Okay, recommendation, please.
Yes, sir. It is the recommendation of the administration and the board to approve the revised and amended District of Innovation Plan.
Okay, you have heard the recommendation from administration. Is there a motion for approval? Mr. Smith, seconded by Mrs. Guanajuato Webb. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
I'd like to also reread the amendment, the recommendation to include and approve the renewed membership of the District of Innovation Committee.
Sorry. Just a point of clarification, Sandra. We need the board between now and the next meeting
to make a
nominate
recommendation.
somebody, and then we'll do the committee members. So if the board will, really, we're going to work first with Mr. Smith because his member is the one that opted out. And if he doesn't have someone, well, then we'll ask other board members, but we'll bring that for action at the next meeting in terms of the membership. Is there a problem? There isn't a problem with
There
the
is not.
process?
We can proceed with the recommendation of the innovation plan and the amendments to the plan and notify the commissioner of those recommendations.
So we'll do the membership next month.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll move on to item H. Irene C. Cardwell Elementary President and Future Needs. Dr. Rios.
Yes, Mr. Mesa, members of the board. Last month, we had extensive conversation on what we should do as a district to address the needs of Cardwell. And we discussed how Lamar was no longer an option, and neither was Calderon as a whole or Lamar or Garfield. Yet the needs exist and continue to get greater. We also discussed the option of having the Cardwell program split between Garfield and Calderon with the rezoning to happen. And then finally, we discussed the option of having a bond election to build a replacement campus for our pre-K program and a replacement on the same site. And I shared with y'all, you have a month to discuss, to think about it, and we'll bring back the same item for action this month, so that the administration can have some direction. Do we plan to go out for a bond, or do we relocate the program to 2 campuses, or do we do nothing and continue doing repairs as they arise, and we know that those are costly. I did go and visit with the campus staff about splitting the campus between Calderon and Garfield, either permanently or while we try to pass a bond election. And the staff was absolutely 100% against it, which I think that the board members expected that, because it's difficult to move. However, the needs continue, and I want to make sure that I'm acting in accordance with the wishes of the board, and that I communicate to the board what's being communicated to me. We just need to have a definite plan moving forward. I am concerned about how fast we make a decision, because the more we postpone it, for example, if we were to choose to reallocate or relocate the pre-K program to 2 campuses, next month it'll be too late. If we plan on going for a bond election, we need to start planning that, because I need to do some intense work with the board in terms of what the scope of the bond is going to be. I think y'all get the gist about the direction we need, and I just want to make sure that administration takes good notes and is able to act accordingly and answer questions that you may have.
Discussion. Mrs. Webb?
Number one, I Personally, I'm not in agreement that the campus be split. I know that there are items that need to be corrected, but the campus needs to stay as it is where it is. I know that we discussed a bond at the last meeting. However, when we look back at our district and we look back at Lamar when they were rebuilding the gym and other items at Lamar, those students were not split for any renovations. There was no bond election for Lamar. There was no bond election for Lonnie Green. There was no bond election for early college, this building, CTE. So I think that, in my opinion, campus should stay as it is, and we need to look at the second option that was mentioned by Dr. Rios at the last meeting, where there are funds available that we can use so that the campus can stay there while they're building a campus for Cardwell. It is not fair for the students and the teachers at Cardwell to be always looked at as the last resort. That's my opinion.
Let the record show that the time is 9:42. Mr. Fred Contreras left, just for the record. I'd like to give my input before I turn it over to other board members. I think it's imperative that we look at the safety, first of all. As I drive by the school daily almost, I see students out there 3 or 4 classes at a time, and we talked about safety when it was an immediate, need to do something about our safety issues in our district, and that's a campus that you're always going to have classes outside. These are targets. If anything were to happen, first people to be blamed would be the school board members that didn't do anything about that. They're visible. If anyone would like to take, target our students, they're out there in the open every day. We have to look at safety first. In reality, when I talk about the needs of our district, the north side is growing vastly, and 5 years ago I brought the notion about building a new school towards the north. If a bond is needed, it's needed to replace Buena Vista that's busting at the seams in school, and houses keep going up weekly, and it's growing at a fast pace, and we have not addressed that need yet. But my biggest concern is safety, because the students are out there, they don't have a gymnasium. All the other schools, the students are inside. Students at Cardwell, they're all outside. If it's going from the cafeteria to the classroom to the library, they're out in the open. But when you look at the playground, there's always a large number of students that are vulnerable for something to happen. And it's not a matter of when, it's a matter of just things are happening across our state that are just we could not have imagined in past years. And so it's the only school that I see students that do not have a gymnasium, they play outside. They go from, again, one structure to another in the hallway. There are no closed hallways, and even to the cafeteria, it's an open hallway. And so safety is my biggest concern. I'm certainly in favor. I know it's not the most popular thing to do, to split up a campus, but when I look at safety, I'm thinking, we got to do something about it quick. And I don't agree with spending more money for building, again, replacing rotted wood in the hallways and other repairs for Cardwell. It eventually, it is one of our oldest schools. But I am very much concerned with the safety and an immediate safety concern that they need to be housed in a closed campus. That's my input. I'll open it up for other people. Mr. Smith?
Yeah, I've got a couple of things tied with it. I mean, at the end of the day, what I think we all agree is that the conditions at Cardwell are unacceptable. I think that if we're looking at a bond election to do that, I'm not sure that's not an immediate solution. That's a what, 2 or 3 year project by the time you get through the election and then go and bid it out and find a property and all that. I just I would definitely endorse splitting that up between now and I know that's not optimal, but from a timing standpoint, I don't see allowing that age kids to be left in unacceptable conditions, which I feel like it's unacceptable conditions the way we're at today. Going and looking for a bond election for another campus, I agree with Mr. Mesa that's something that we should probably pursue, maybe for the same purposes, maybe for different purposes as we figure out how to rezone things as we go through the next few years. But no matter what that looks like, it's a multi-year project, not something that we can do between now and August the 1st. Safety and security. Obviously, there's some security issues inside that school that concern me, but from my perspective, the safety aspects of that campus being outside, there is unsafe conditions beyond the security piece, and I've been there, walked through it, and I don't like it. I don't think it's comfortable I wouldn't want my kids in that environment. I'd rather have them split up if they needed to be in rezoning between the two campuses. So I would endorse that.
Anybody else? Amy, Sam?
I'm a little confused now because at the beginning we didn't want to split. Because I even said that, and it was like, no, we can't. They do too much together. They need to be together. Mm-hmm. So now I'm a little, I guess not confused, but now I'm just like, now we want to split. So, and then my other issue is that is it that hard to do a bond between now and August? Because we haven't even tried.
So the running a bond election, it's in November. It would be bond elections you have to have on uniform election days right now.
Okay.
So it's either in May or November. The board needs to act. If they want a bond election, they need to act now so we can start prepping for it in November. So I want to take time just to address a couple of issues. The bond election can happen in November. If the board calls for a bond election now, then administration can start work towards that election, towards that construction, and charge any expenses to that bond election. That's why it's important that we do it now. Once the board declares a bond election, I can hire an architect, and if anything the architect builds, we can build to the bond election and get a head start on planning for it. The problem with a bond election, there's about 3 problems with a bond election. Not that they cannot be overcome, but there are 3 problems. The first one is that it needs to have a driving force behind it to pass. The second part of the bond election is that if it was to pass to replace Cardwell, what do we do in 2 years when we definitely, absolutely, wholeheartedly need another bond election to build a school to the north? There is a growing number of developments everywhere in the north. That's just where it's going. And that's a huge problem. And obviously then the time delay of how long it would take to do that. Those are the problems with the bond election. The problem with not doing the bond election is that you take out a note that you then pay with operations funds. That would mean, based on the figures that we obtained from our financial advisor, that would mean that every year for 15 years, we will be committing $1 million with current interest rates to pay for this election. And Ms. Webb is correct. the district took out a loan when they built Lonnie Green. But if you remember what happened after the district borrowed money for Lonnie Green, there was always concern about resources for teachers and pay for teachers, because $1 million does cost a lot. It's just you can buy a lot of salary increases and a lot of resources for $1 million that you would be committing from operations. But it can be done. But you are going to be $1 million short. So when you go to do, whether it be other repairs, pay for insurance for teachers, pay for salary increases, resources for our students, you're just working on $1 million deficit. So as administration, I just feel strongly that we should not borrow money. We borrowed money on the energy savings, but that's paying for itself. So we're not going to be taking anything out of our annual operations to pay that loan. We would be paying out of annual operations the money that we used to buy resources, the money that we use for everything else. So that would be a concern with the loan. I get the part about repurposing Lamar. I get it. I understand it. I don't. The better option was to relocate Cardwell somewhere, but that wasn't the wishes of the board and the part of the community that came out. I get it. So we couldn't do the best option. So now we have to think about what the second best option is to do something, because of the issues currently at Cardwell, and that they're going to get more difficult. But administration needs direction on what the board wants us to do. Is it a loan? Is it a bond? Or is it relocating the students? I don't. I understand it's a difficult decision, but we have to make a decision and move forward. Otherwise, it's going to be the same.
Ms. Webb?
Yeah, I want to address a couple of issues here. Mr. Mesa mentioned safety because the kids are outside. However, there are some classrooms at Cardwell that are used for indoor activities for fitness. Now, if we look at safety, you can also consider Calderon, which is close to a middle school, and you'll see the younger kids outside more than 50% of the time. So if we're talking about safety, then that would be an issue as well. When we're looking at the campus needing repairs, yes, the campus is in need of repairs. However, the staff that's at that current location right now is in a better location where they were before. And that campus, I would say, would be 90% better than where it was before. So there are issues that need to be corrected. However, splitting them up is not in their best interest. A lot of Head Starts had come over to visit the Head Start here in our district because of the innovativeness, because of what they are doing, because of the learning that is happening within our Head Start program. So when we look at the District of Innovation and we look at robotics and we look at every program that has taken our district to the next level, we're not thinking about what's in the best interest for our little ones by splitting them. Now, yes, we need to do certain things to fix that campus, but if we need to borrow the money, then we need to do whatever we need to do. Because we should have thought about this before this building was built. Because these students were at Travis Elementary when it was all underwater, and we didn't do anything at that point. So splitting them up, it's not in the best interest for that campus. Yes, they need a new campus. They have the perfect location right where they're at. And as some of the teachers were indicating, that they don't mind staying there another year and a half, so that they can have the building there. And when the reviewers come in, they look at the instructional focus of what's going on that campus. Yes, we look at the deteriorating hallways, things of that nature, and we know that they need to be fixed. However, when we look at the safety, like Mr. Mesa mentioned, we need to look at the other entities at the other campuses. And how do we build Garfield? You know, those are the things that I look at. Because I'm looking at Garfield, not Lonnie Green, Early College, CTE building, this building, all the other entities that were constructed, but nothing, and no one has ever looked at Cardwell. And now we're looking at splitting them. That's not in the best interest, sir. I'm sorry.
Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes. We talked about this at the workshop, I don't know, a few weeks ago. And I'm not in favor of splitting it either, splitting Cardwell. We talked about the walkways. Was that anything done there? It's too expensive to cover, to walk the, what do you call it, the breezeways? To cover them up or something?
Yes, ma'am. We've looked at Cardwell for a long time.
Mhm.
The board even allocated money to do a study as to what would cost more, rebuilding Cardwell, repairing it, or building a replacement campus, or even looking at renovating old Garfield, and the architect developed those plans. So it costs more to replace or to repair Cardwell than it does to build a new Cardwell. And either one can, whether you build a new Cardwell or you repair the existing Cardwell, yes, you can do it, to be fair, you can do it while the program remains there. It's just, are you willing to spend the funds at Cardwell and then worry about building another campus to the north at a later time? That is the big issue.
Right. I don't know if the bond would pass. Personally, I don't think it will, if we do it for Cardwell. Also, didn't you, what is it, as far as safety, I live, as you know, I live across the street from Lamar. Those little kids, the little kindergarten kids, they're right there, the playground. Anybody can go in there and I've seen some dogs there. So I think every school has issues with safety. I think we need to look at all the schools too. But as far as Cardwell, I don't believe we should split them up. And I mentioned also, isn't there any money that we have now that we could be using it? I mean, that we could spend? And you said yes, but what was your answer?
I said yes, but we don't have enough money with the money we have, we don't have enough money to make a significant dent in the needs that Cardwell has.
But to build a new school, didn't you say there was money, but you didn't want to get some?
No, we have to go get a loan.
Okay, but there's no money now.
Not enough for that, ma'am. No, ma'am. And every school does have issues with safety, but it's a choice. Take Lamar, for example. Lamar has very nice facilities. They choose to play outside. That's great. It's a wonderful day, and but if they had to run for cover, or if anybody was alert, they have a choice of being indoors and still maintain the activities. Just to be clear, one, I think that we all agree that something has to be done about Cardwell. I think that goes without saying, whether it's a bond or a loan or relocating the program. We all agree that the current campus can't stay the way it is. The issue that the board has to provide guidance on or direct the administration to do is, how are we going to invest the money? Do we want to borrow the 13 to 16 million to build the campus, knowing that it's going to be $1 million out of our operations money annually? Or do we want to go out for a bond, knowing that we're going to do a bond either for 2 elementaries or 1 elementary and then have to address another one? That's a real issue. We all agree that something needs to happen with Cardwell, and the previous attempt, to repurpose the school, that didn't work. The question is, do we borrow the money to build one? Do we go out for a bond? Or do we distribute the program? That is a dollar issue that the board has to provide guidance. I understand the wishes of the teachers. They made those loud and clear, and I'm sure that they visited with y'all about it also. But looking at the needs of the district, it's only this board that can take action to direct the superintendent. And I'll do whatever y'all want me to do. Or I can make a recommendation, but it's going to be the most efficient one. So what do we do, because we can't keep postponing it?
Mr. Smith?
So for my benefit, because I'm not an educator, you know, if we take, and where my brain would be at would be to support it, but I keep hearing that there's that we would be nervous that our kids would be not educated as well, or whatever, by splitting them into two different campuses. So I'm confused about, if we take those kids and move them, why does that hamper our ability to educate those kids at that level? I'm not following that piece, why that's a major educational concern, just because of my ignorance.
I don't think it's that. I think it was because, well, for me, I had mentioned that, and before, it was so many problems, or you didn't want to split the Head Start program because they had different guidelines and things like that. So that was before, when I asked about how about we put them in different campuses. It was the issue because they have different guidelines that they follow and things like that. And it's not about, I'm sure the education part piece of it, but that was my issue, because I thought about taking them and splitting them, that would work. But now we're back to separate. We're going to separate them, and I'm like, why? Because at the beginning that was an issue, but here we are trying to put them at two different campuses.
I think there was a change in direction, but I think the reason for the change of direction was because the first direction failed, right? I mean, we didn't agree with that one.
Because of the floating staff, is that what we're saying it's going to be a problem?
I can answer that, because with my previous experience, I do want to say several things. First, there are components, and there's one person that is in charge of, let's say, health and safety, nutrition, and it goes on. So they would be split with the responsibility of two campuses, not just one. But I can also say that the majority of Head Start programs are split, because the district already had it, but they had to lease space. They leased space from St. Joseph Catholic School. They leased space from used to be Buddy's Furniture, and they had another site that was in the San Felipe area. And if you look at Laredo, for example, we just found out that Laredo is leasing space to the Head Start program, correct? Correct. So the majority of programs do not fit in one campus. They're leased, they're housed in different areas and different areas of town. Uvalde carries one, for example, and they carry the program in Brackettville. The Head Start from Uvalde has one side in Brackettville, and they have to travel. That's an area that, the components have to travel to that area to service those students, but we wouldn't be taking away, the teachers will still be doing the instruction, just those individuals that would have to travel from one campus to another. But it's doable. I think the urgency is that we have to do something about it, like, quick. We can't leave this pending like this, because again, every other school has a gymnasium. Students are indoors most of the time. Yes, they go outside after lunch, like everybody else does, but it's for a short period. It's not the whole day. I think when you look at the difference is Cardwell, you have students all day outside. And I'm talking about whether going to the cafeteria, going to the library, going between classes, it's open. And that's the difference between Cardwell and all the other elementary schools where the students are behind walls. It's great that we have a single point of entry, but the rest of the campus is all open. That's the difference. I think there's a sense of urgency to do something. And I keep harping on safety is my main concern. Okay? That's my biggest concern, because if something were to happen, we did not act on a timely manner, because again, we know that these students do not have a gymnasium. They're out there in the open, they're out there in the elements. It's not the same as being in a campus where you have heated and air-conditioned hallways and heated and air-conditioned gymnasiums and so forth.
Mr. Mesa?
Yes.
To address Mr. Smith's question as well, there are Head Starts that have different sites with less number of students at every site. However, the caliber of instruction that occurs in those sites is not the caliber of instruction that our students are receiving here. And Mr. Mesa happened to be the director when it was at different sites. I happened to be the director when it was at one site. And when we have federal reviewers that come in and tell us that the students here in Del Rio are performing at the high caliber versus students from other states and other cities, that is what we want to hear for our students here, because it shows us that what the instruction that's happening on the campuses and the unity, like he mentioned, that they do have nutritionists that monitor their lunches, the nurse monitors every single student that goes to the cafeteria, and by splitting them, you're going to be causing, it's not you per se, but we're just going to be causing chaos. But anyway, it's a decision that the board has to make. But as far as high urgency, yes. Cardwell has always been a high urgency need campus and has been neglected for years. So urgency for them to get a campus built specifically for them, yes, that is a high urgency. But splitting them up, in my opinion, is not a good idea. But I'm just one of the board members.
Anybody else?
I'm just saying that also the Head Start here has certified teachers. The other Head Starts do not, that I know of. This came up pretty, not too far, when Dr. Lopez was here when he decided to put certified teachers. So they do get excellent instruction.
Yeah, it's a big difference.
The other ones
we do have certified teachers. Most of the other, they have CDA certified personnel, which is they're trained teacher assistants, pretty much. Anybody else?
No, I mean, the agenda says discussion/approval, so do we want to put something to vote, or do we want to kick this can down the road, or?
It's so hard.
And with Mr. Contreras out, that takes, obviously you got a little bit of a divided thing going on here, so it's a
How much longer can you wait?
No pressure.
How much longer can you wait?
I think that's a question how, we can't kick this down the road because something has to happen. If we were to make a change, there's things that have to be prepared over the summer.
Right now, yeah.
Regarding transportation, regarding rezoning, and so many different things. But it has to be addressed at some point or another.
Mr. Overfelt.
Mr. Overfelt?
I've stayed quiet down here. I figured it. So just going back to the scenarios, if the board directs administration not to split the campus and seek other options, the individuals at Cardwell are well aware that it could be 3 to 4 years before anything is done major at that site. That they will continue to be in that facility as it continues to age for the next 3 to 4 years, because that's probably how long it'll be before we can get to building something.
2 to 4.
2 to 4. And they're aware that would be the time frame. It's not going to be an overnight.
The adults at the campus are well aware of that, and those are the voices that we have heard. So yes, sir, that is correct.
Going back to the issue of separating, I know Northside does the same thing that Laredo ISD or Laredo does with their program renting from, the Head Start rents from Northside ISD, and they're at multiple locations. And if it was something that, if the board did recommend to split the campus over 2 sites, and it not be permanent, it's probably going to be 2 or 4 years before we were able to move on something anyway. So kind of either situation, we're looking at a 2 to 4 year time frame if something was to be done. Putting a bond to the community, I think you have to attach an elementary school on the north side in order to go in and get it passed with the addition of building a campus at the existing Cardwell East Side site. Ideally, I'd love to see something built on the south side as well, STEM elementary or something there, but I think whatever the priority is, what takes priority at the time. And there's something on the north and ultimately a new building for the Head Start / pre-K program.
Josh, if I could just add a couple of things.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because we have to look at the cost savings effort. We have the space at the 2 campuses, which, if we were to relocate and split them in half, we have the safety issue addressed. We have the cost savings addressed because we would not be using utilities at Cardwell. That money could be utilized in regard of cost savings so that something could happen in perhaps earlier years, not 2 to 4 years, but perhaps earlier. If we save over $1 million, then we certainly can save some time in waiting 2 or 4 years. So there's that added cost savings.
And that would be the plan, is if it was to go to 2 different campuses, that site's going to sit vacant. We're not going to put CNI or anything over there like that. We're just going to let it sit for now in order to cure those savings.
We have to have a discussion what we would do with that campus afterwards, because there's 2 buildings in there that are still very usable, the library and the science wing. But that's not anything immediate. I mean, it could stay vacant for forever. It could stay vacant for a year. We could use it as a community resource for when SCAN's always looking for a place. That's just it would have to be a savings. Here's my concern. Looking to the future. When I recommended to repurpose a campus, I shared with the board that it was going to be a $2 million savings for the district, that then we could use that money to reinvest in the district. I also shared with the board the $1 million that it will cost you to pass a bond or just take out a loan. My recommendation to repurpose Lamar was not approved. We're done with that. We're done with that argument. That passed up the opportunity to save $2 million. My concern is that now not only are we not saving $2 million, but we could possibly go and borrow money and spend $1 million. That's a $3 million a year flip. That can never ever be my recommendation or that of the administration. If the board wants me to do it, I'll do it full force. But that's a $3 million difference. $3 million is significant. It's a difficult decision. So my recommendation for y'all would be either we go out for a bond election so it doesn't cost our operation budget any money, or we relocate the program. There's pros and cons, but I just don't see us not saving $2 million and then still spending another $1 million. No business would ever do that. And I can't put the district or recommend that the district be in that situation, because years from now, or maybe even sooner, we will feel the effects on running the operations of the district. It's difficult. I know it is. I also don't see the community passing a $35 million bond. We already experienced that, and it was very difficult, especially when there's other actions. I didn't want Cardwell split. That's why I made the first recommendation. That didn't work, so now I have to go with a second best option. It's difficult, but we do need to move forward, either with a bond election or reallocating the campus. The adults at the campus have expressed their wishes, but they are talking about the comfort of the adults. And I hate being put in the position to have to make that clear, but that's what they're talking about, and I understand that. I wouldn't want, my family living in two different houses. I like having my kids under one roof. So I understand that, but we have to make a decision, and it has to be soon.
I just want to move on with the agenda, sir.
Yeah, so let's do something. I think you're 150% right, Mr. Rios. We've taken something that is emotional and we've made it emotional, and it needs to be something different than that. As long as our kids are not, and as long as we're meeting the educational requirements, I think we need to go forward.
I just want to reassure the staff, Head Start, we're all in support. We know what a great program it is for the young people. We're in constraints right now with buildings and facilities. I wish the state would allocate monies like they used to, for facilities. But we're in a bind, and something has to happen. We do need to do something now. We can't wait. But I am in full support of Head Start. I will always be a strong supporter of pre-K and early childhood education. I am an advocate for young people, especially our young students, and we will do everything that we can to alleviate this matter as soon as possible. But something has to be done now.
Sure. But when we stopped and we listened to the people that were here, the parents that were here from Lamar, the parents that were here from Calderon, you heard them say they will not support a bond. So they're already telling you they're not going to support a bond. So I think that maybe, like Mr. Mesa said, we move forward, give Cardwell the campus that they need on that site. You have the site right there. And then look forward with what Mr. Mesa is stating and Mr. Overfeld about looking for a bond towards the north, because that would probably be approved. But they're not going to support something for Head Start because of the fact that 90% of the students, of the parents that were here, their kids don't go to Head Start.
But I think they will.
So.
I think they will. They know that Cardwell is in dire need, and we haven't even given that a run yet. I think if we put Cardwell first, they need a building. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But I will say this: I'm sending my grandbaby there, so but I'm just telling you, they need a building. But if we haven't even tried to put that as the forefront yet, Cardwell needs a building. Community, let's get on it and let's get it done. We haven't even tried that. I even said I would back it. I would help you back it. It has to be done. We haven't even tried it yet. But, I don't know. I am emotional I'm emotional, Mr. Smith.
I got it. I get that.
All over me. So. But we hadn't even tried that yet. We haven't put Cardwell needs a building. Put the bond out like that. There's nothing else. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. There were people in this audience that they would support the bond. I'm looking at a couple right here. So I'm just saying, something's got to move. I don't know. I'm just so torn now because we have so many different ideas and stuff, and so you can put it out there and we can vote on it. So, but I don't know why we can't try this bond. We can't get on a court and get.
I said we can try the bond, leave them on that site. Leave them on the side, we'll go for the bond.
I do not support leaving them on that site. It's a terrible situation. And obviously, no matter what we throw out on the table, it's not going to pass tonight. So I say we just push this on.
I have one recommendation, Mr. Mesa. If we can't agree, like I get a vote, right? But if we can't agree on what we need to do and we need to move forward, we can do both things. We can repurpose or relocate Cardwell to 2 campuses and move to pass a bond. That way, if the bond doesn't pass, the kids are already in a safe place and we don't have to start after the bond fails. That's not the perfect situation because you still have to consider schools to the north, but it doesn't delay where the kids are right now. And that would not be my initial recommendation, but I do not want the kids to stay at the Cardwell campus. But I feel like we have to, you all have to negotiate and give and take. So then let's do both things. Let's reallocate and let's move forward for a bond to replace Cardwell. And if the bond passes, then we bring the kids back to Cardwell. But otherwise, they're staying there, and then we have to continue to pump money in. That's not money well invested unless we're going to rebuild the whole campus. I just hate to be pushy because I know it's late, but we have to do something, and we just have to do something.
So let me make sure that I understand. You're proposing to relocate the kids, simultaneous to that, launch a bond election, which is going to cost how much?
Bond election will cost us. We can do it for $60,000 to $80,000.
Okay. And then if that fails, then the kids stay, it's separated. And if it passes, we figure out what to do with it.
We move quickly to build a campus on the Cardwell site.
Okay.
Question, bond election for Cardwell?
Yes, because that's what to keep Cardwell together, that's what
But
they need.
Yeah, I'm with you.
You just mentioned something else right now. If it doesn't pass, you're suggesting that the kids stay separated.
Absolutely.
Which will be a big issue.
No,
because
they're already there.
Because if they stay separated, right now the campus is named after Irene C. Cardwell. If they're separated, you don't have a campus named after Miss Cardwell.
Okay, you'll figure that out. I mean, I know that's
So
a separate.
that's
That's a whole nother subject.
Exactly, but that's exactly what the parents or the Cardwell family.
I don't know, but that's a totally different subject from figuring out what to do with the kids. So.
I just, want to say something. The probability of a bond passing for Cardwell is not going to be very high. The probability of passing the school for the north side is a lot higher because, again, there is a need for a campus on the north side. If there's no more room, houses are going up, and that's my opinion.
You want me to make a recommendation? Well, I'm going to make a recommendation, board members, but for the record, I really feel like I asked the prom queen out to the prom and she said no, and now I'm asking the next runner-up, and I feel like I'm going to get a no also, but here it goes. Okay. It is a recommendation of the administration that the board approve simultaneously the relocation of the Cardwell program to Garfield Elementary and Calderon Elementary with appropriate rezoning, and that the board also approve and direct the administration to have a bond election this November 2019 to build a replacement campus for Cardwell.
Is there a motion? There's a motion by Mr. Smith. Is there a second? Mr. Overfeld? All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Three. All those against? Three.
So I guess I'm not going to the prom.
I'm going to have to reiterate to Mr. Contreras that he needs to make a commitment of time.
Absolutely.
If he's going to be on this board, he cannot leave at 10 o'clock.
Absolutely.
He needs to be here to make the important decisions.
Mr. Mesa?
Yes.
Is it possible if for a week from today, with the first budget, is it possible to put this back on with 7 members? That way all 7 would be here to hopefully vote on the 28th?
I think...
Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. Disregard. Oh, she won't be here. Sorry.
We do need to have all 7 board members to make a decision.
Absolutely, I agree with you, Mr.
And
Mesa.
when we have split 3-3.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. We move on with the agenda. No action was taken on item H. We move to item 11, curriculum instruction, consideration to approve the submission of the staff development days waiver form to the Texas Education Agency for approval of 5 additional waiver days for teacher training for the 2019-2020 school year. Ida Gomez.
Good evening, President, Board President Mesa, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. The school calendar was approved either last month or the one before, and it did include additional staff development days, just like it did last year. TA does require that we file a waiver. The actual opening of the form isn't until July, but we are bringing it forward. We do have the 3 regular staff days in August, the 13th, 14th, and 15th, but in addition to that, we will be asking TA to approve the September 9th, October 14th, January 20th, February 7th, and February 17th staff development waiver days, which are all staff development for the teachers. There is a form that we do submit via email. It is on one of the TA websites. So with your approval tonight, we can go ahead and move forward. Are there any questions?
Questions from board members? Again, this is an annual thing that occurs.
Yes, sir.
No questions. Recommendation?
It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the submission of the staff development days waiver form to the Texas Education Agency for approval once the 2019-2020 applications are available in July.
You have heard the recommendation from administration. I entertain a motion for approval. Mr. Overfeld, seconded by Mrs. Guanajuato Webb. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Item B, consideration to approve instructional materials allotment and antiques certification form for the 2019-2020 school year. Ida Gomez.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Tonight we are asking for consideration to approve the IMA antique certification form for the 2019-2020 school year. Basically, in 2011, they combined both the textbook and the technology budgets together to form the instructional materials allotment. And every year we do come before you just to let you know that we do use it under the 3 stipulations. One is for textbooks, one is for technological equipment, and one is for technology-related services. We do follow the guidelines that are written on the form that is attached. It does require 2 signatures. It requires the signature of the superintendent, but in addition to that, the president of the board and the secretary of the board. Again, this is an annual informational item, but the signed form does have to go to TEA.
Questions from board members? Is this the where the campus select committee for choosing the different textbooks and instructional material?
That would be the next one, but this is part of it. So if the committee does choose the books, and then if the board approves for books to be selected, the form on here, the second page, just talk about what grade levels. Yes, ma'am.
Questions? Anyone?
Oh, sorry.
No, no questions. Recommendation, please.
It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the district's instructional materials allotment and TEAC certification form and gives approval for the superintendent, board president, and board secretary to sign the form.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion for approval? Mr. Smith, seconded by Ms. Gonzalez. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Consideration to approve adoption of instructional materials from the selected publishers for the 2019-2020 school year. Ida Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Mesa. This is consideration to approve the adoption of the IMA materials from selected publishers for the 2019-2020 school year. This was a proclamation year. We are looking to purchase English language arts and reading, kinder through 8th grade adoption, and also personal finance for 10th through 12th grade. The packet included a list of all the committee members. Every campus in the fall had to submit a textbook committee member, but each campus had a representative from every grade level. From there, the members were sent all the publications from the different publishers. They had samples to view. In early spring, Mrs. Sandate organized the viewing at Darrell Middle School, where all the publishers came and all the teachers were invited along with administration. They sat through several sessions and at that point viewed all the books. That process, normally in previous years, what we do is that the committee votes and it ends there. We took it one step further and took the top 3 publishers and then sent that out to all teachers. So every kinder through 5th grade English language arts teacher, 6th, 7th, and 8th English language arts, and the personal finance teachers had a vote rather than just the committee members. And the the top selections are included in your packet. Just to review quickly, kinder through 2nd grade, ELA and reading chose Pearson as Scott Forsman. 3rd through 6th grade chose McGraw-Hill. For handwriting and spelling, kinder through 5th chose Zane Blossner. Our 7th and 8th grade ELA for ELA and reading chose Houghton Mifflin Harcourt. And our personal finance literacy was Goodhart Wilcox Company. What that means, Mr. Mesa, is that we haven't placed an order in any way for these books. These were the top publishers. When we do go to discuss purchasing, these would be the only publishers that we could purchase from using that instructional materials allotment, because it went through that process of the committee viewing and selecting and voting. Are there any questions?
Board members? Mr. Smith? And I know that one of the concerns was that, we had one specific publisher for certain grade levels, and then all of a sudden there's a different publisher for 3rd through 5th grade. Is there some continuity there?
The nice thing about this vote, the way it panned out, kinder through 2nd chose one publisher. Normally, what we see is kinder through 2nd, 3rd through 5th, 6th usually wants something different from 7th and 8th. Again, the TEACs that they're teaching are very different. So if I'm learning phonics, usually one publisher is just going to hit it out of the park. If I'm looking at comprehension and critical thinking skills, a different publisher is going to focus on that. The very nice continuity this year is that 3rd through 6th grade chose the same publisher. And then 7th and 8th would chose 1, 2. That continuity was different. It's usually 6th grade coming in with something maybe different, and that's where the breakup is in the vertical alignment. This is probably a 10-year adoption. That's how long the last one was.
And the reason I asked the question is because during the presentations, when you have a representative from that company there, you can see the resources available with the adoption.
And they did, Mr. Mesa. Not only that, but they also send boxes and boxes and boxes to the campuses. with all the resources,
So
whether
the
it's
teachers that
electronic.
voted saw the samples
Definitely.
included.
And they still have them at the campuses, but they also came and the publishers put everything out.
Okay. Okay. Any questions from board members? Hearing none. Recommendation, please.
Yes, sir. It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approves the adoption of instructional materials from the selected publishers for the 2019-2020 school year.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion for approval? Mrs. Guanajuato Webb. Is there a second to the motion? Amy Sanders. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Item D, consideration to approve the 2019-2020 On-Ramps Cooperative Program Agreement and Data Sharing Agreement between San Felipe Del Rio CISD and the University of Texas at Austin Office of Strategy and Policy for the On-Ramps Dual Enrollment Program to teach pre-calculus as a dual credit course. Ida Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Mesa. Yes, sir, this is the 5th year that we come before you for approval for the on-ramps agreement with the University of Texas. For the past 4 years, the agreement hadn't changed. There are 3 different changes to this agreement for this year. We did include it in a board communique, and I did send a revised memo, but I am going to go over the 3 changes from 4 years to now.
I know this is a very popular program.
It's very popular, and we're talking about the pre-calculus. Lauren Cardenas has been teaching it at Del Rio High School to about 80 students every year. It's been free for the district. We haven't had to pay for her training, and we've never had to pay for student enrollment. The new memorandum of understanding this year will change just a bit. Because she's a returning teacher going in for training, the cost will not be $1,250 as it will for everybody else. It'll be $850. That's change number 1. She has to go in the summer to the University of Texas. She has to get trained on the curriculum, which she does every year, and then she comes back and implements it, along with a cooperating teacher from UT. So the first cost is $850 for the change. The second cost is they're charging a fee of $249 or $199 for every student, but because there's a subsidized program, our fee would be $149 or $99 per student, depending if they're free or reduced. So if they're free, it's going to be $99. If they're under a reduced plan, it would be $149. The estimate is anywhere from $9,000 to $15,000 probably, depending on those 80 students and their economically disadvantaged status. So that would be the second change. And then the third change is that if a student is enrolled in the class and they have to go to an alternative setting for a discipline referral, they are automatically dropped from the course. Because the teacher's not there, the one teacher that is certified to teach this through on-ramps, not giving that direct instruction, they would be dropped. So those are the 3 changes in the Memorandum of Understanding.
Questions from board members? None? Recommendation, please.
It is the recommendation of the administration of the Board of Trustees approve the on-ramps cooperative agreement with the University of Texas at Austin as presented and allow Dr. Rios to sign the agreement.
You've heard the recommendation. I'll entertain a motion for approval. Mr. Smith, seconded by Mrs. Guanajuato Webb. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're down to item 12, technology and operations. Consideration to award request for competitive bids, proposal for RFP 19-06 for the Dr. Lonnie Green Elementary Driveway Expansion Project. Mr. Hengate.
Good evening once again. This agenda item here deals with the parking lot expansion of Dr. Lonnie Green Elementary. Bids were opened on Tuesday, May 14th. We received 4 bids from general contractors, and I've included the amounts there that were submitted. And I do have Mr. Martinez here if you need any details or specifics on what those were.
What were you budgeted? What did you set aside?
This project here deals with the excavation, putting in fill, cold mix for expanding the parking lot on the east side of the property.
Yeah, what I'm saying is how much cash did you set aside?
I have that, Mr. Smith.
I'm sorry.
We had initially set aside right under $400,000 because we were going to do 2 driveways, one on each side. We opted to just do 1 driveway on the left side after we studied it, and to consider the needs of Buena Vista. So for this project, we have close to $400,000 available. We're going to spend slightly under $200,000 because we're only doing half of it, and the study determined that would take care of the congestion. So we will have approximately $220,000 left, and we'll have some options for the operations committee at the next meeting.
Okay. All right, and one other statement more than anything. You know, some of the agenda items, to Mr. Messa's point from earlier, you know, some of the agenda items talk about where the funding's coming from, and some of them don't. So if we could get consistent about
Yes, sir.
where the
We should have indicated that this was from a dedicated fund balance.
No worries.
Yes, it was $392,000 is what was committed for this original project.
Question, Mr. Hinge.
Yes,
I
sir.
know originally the proposal was to open up a back street because of the congestion. That did not occur, right?
No, sir. There's no room back there. It's all private property, and we'd have to buy a house and knock it down.
But that was the initial intent, right? Okay. We don't want to buy a house and knock it down. So. Okay.
Talk about emotion.
But it will alleviate some of the congestion there because it will open up that street that is currently right in line with the driveway pretty much, or where it will be.
It's actually further down from where the main driveway is. So as you go down, it'll be on the left side of Lonnie Green.
So
The far left hand, I'm sorry, Mr. Smith, the
Right.
far left hand side?
If you're looking at the front of the
presentation,
campus.
sir. We have a beautiful schematic there.
I'm sorry. I can pull it back up here. There it is.
Well, that's not the one that shows the school. You still have, but that is to the left. If you're facing the building, it's to the left of the building.
Okay.
So it will actually give another access point to come inside. Where we were originally talking was on the right-hand side of the building, and we did have conversation early on with the project with that, but it's been moved to the other side.
Having it on the other side will give us the opportunity, the word we use is queue up, more vehicles waiting. So the same amount of traffic, except that the vehicles, instead of being on the road blocking traffic, now they'll be in the driveway waiting for the students, and we'll be able to have 2 pickup areas, one on each side of the building.
So it will alleviate the congestion between Cantu and Kingsway.
Yes, that's our intent.
Okay. Well, that's a big plus because it's so congested there. Question from board members? None. Mr. Henge, would you read the recommendation, please?
It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve request for a competitive proposal, RFP 19-06, Dr. Lonnie Green Elementary driveway expansion to Vega paving, and authorize superintendent of schools to sign a contract for services in the amount not to exceed $131,859.50.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion for approval? Mrs. Guanajuato Webb, seconded by Ms. Overfeld. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 12B, consideration to award interlocal quote ILQ 19-232 for the Del Rio Middle School turf installation. Mr. Henge.
Thank you. Yes, ILQ 19-232. We did receive and open those bids on May 16th at 10 a.m. There were 3 bids that were submitted. One was from Hellas Construction, one was from Vibro World Sports, and the other was from Field Turf. Basically, this project will replace the entire infield at Del Rio Middle School, correct any elevation issues, and replace what's out there today with artificial turf.
Again, fund sources coming from technology leftover funds.
Yes, it's identified down here as committed funds, but it would be against the construction budget that was reappropriated last month. Or
And it'll be a
reallocated.
cost savings over the year.
It will pay for itself over a 15-year period is what we've calculated.
15-year period.
Yes.
What is the lifespan of a turf, artificial turf?
It's around 15.
15 years?
Yeah.
Just a correction, it'll pay for itself within the 15 years. I think the approximation we did last year when we calculated, I believe it was at 10 years. Wasn't that correct, Coach Smith? It'll pay for itself in 10 years, and then we get 5 additional years of good turf. And then when we go back to replace it in 15 years, it should not cost as much because the foundation work would have already been done.
Question from board members.
Just a couple of comments. I mean, this is a fair amount of cash, and you know, I went out and met with Coach Taylor out there on the field and navigated the field for a minute. And yeah, I mean, it is a dangerous condition for our kids to be out there playing sports, and that's the motive from me is that alone. I mean, it's hard as caliche, and there's big holes, and it's uneven ground, and there's cash that would have to be spent to make that functional. And so the self-funding piece of it, if you had to go back and take that and put it into a functional condition, that was what, when you did that analysis last year, how much was that? To put the pumps in and put the...
It was extensive.
It was a chunk of cash, and so the delta between the two, I guess, in my opinion, is shorter than what you're saying, the 10-year cycle.
Yes, it was $353,000 approximately, that amount.
Yeah, and looking at the list of injuries that have occurred on that field, you know, that was another compelling piece to me. So anyway, just as comments, no questions.
I initially objected to the amount because it was quite a large amount, and I feel a lot better because it's leftover funds from technology. Although, you know, it is a huge amount, and in the past we've received some criticism from citizens saying, you know, we're spending large amounts of money for a middle school. A lot of the districts don't have that privilege. I feel a little bit different now that if it's leftover funds from technology, well, I praise technology for not spending all their money and allowing this to happen. I still have reservations that it's a large amount, but I understand the need for it. And if it pays for itself in 10 years, we can get another 5 good years out of it, I'm okay with it. Any other comments? Recommendation, please.
It is a recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve purchase order over $25,000 to Field Turf USA Incorporated in the amount not to exceed $593,834.09 for artificial turf at Del Rio Middle School.
You've heard the recommendation by the administration. Is there a motion for approval? Mr. Overfeld, seconded by Mrs. Guanajuato Webb. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Business and Finance. Consideration to approve an audit engagement letter with the selected finalists to conduct our annual audit for fiscal year 2018-2019. Mr. Arredondo.
Good evening once again. Back in February, we requested qualifications for a financial audit. Recently, the team of the budget director and the comptroller scored those proposals, and the highest score was attained by your current fiscal auditors, which is Harris and Pahacek. Belt, Harris, and Pahacek. So the Board of School of Trustees of each school district shall have its school district fiscal accounts audited annually at district expense by a certified public accountant holding a permit from the Texas State Board of Public Accountancy. The audit must be completed following the close of each fiscal year.
Questions from board members? Hearing none, recommendation, please.
The administration recommends approval of the engagement letter with the selected firm of Belt Harris Pahacek to conduct the 2018-2019 audit with the option to extend up to 4 additional years, depending upon satisfaction by both parties, and to approve the superintendent to sign the engagement letter.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion for approval? Mr. Overfeld made the motion, seconded by Mr. Smith. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Come on, board members, you have to help me out here. Close this meeting out. Thank you. Motion's approved. Next item we have on the agenda is item 13B, consideration to approve modification of the 2018-2019 general fund balance commitments for the purchase of food service district-wide cafeteria equipment needs identified as a priority in the amount of $350,000. Mr. Arredondo.
If I may, Mr. Meza, I can do this and we can get through it fairly quick. Administration worked with food service and we identified a significant amount of repairs that need to happen, but we didn't budget for these. What we're proposing to do now is divide it into 3 pieces. The first 2 years being a little bit over $300,000. This year we can take the money from the committed health insurance fund. If you remember, we were concerned about our health insurance. We set aside $500,000. Since then, we've heard from our consultants, we have a very healthy insurance fund with a savings or fund balance of over $3 million. So we do not need to allocate that $500,000 that we had in reserves. We're recommending that we use that $500,000 from the health insurance reserve money and use $350,000 of that money to buy the first set of equipment for the cafeteria, with the following year budgeting another $350,000, and then the third year slightly under $200,000. So the recommendation for now is that you allow the administration to use $350,000 of the $500,000 dedicated to the health insurance, and of course we haven't made that transition yet, so that we can buy the purchases and so we can purchase the equipment and install it this summer before the next school year. If you approve this, during the next meeting, which will be the 28th of this month, we'll bring the recommendation of the equipment. Questions?
Mr. Smith?
So that, you answered my question before I got there. So we'll understand condition of what you're wanting to replace specifically and specific items and that kind of thing by next meeting.
Yes,
So-
sir. I also provided in the board update a list of the equipment that would be purchased and to what campuses it would go. All we have to do now is then go and get the prices of those items, although the CFO and his staff have already done that in conjunction with Mr. Henge. So we have a fairly decent idea of the price, and we know it can be done for $350,000 as outlined in the board update we provided. And we will bring that detailed recommendation to the board.
Any other questions?
Just real quick.
Mr.
And-
Orfeld?
And we're confident that insurance is gonna be good when we start looking at the budget here.
Absolutely. I indicated approximately 12 months ago that we were stable in our insurance fund. All the projections so far have come under what we have budgeted to spend. So we'll continue to build that fund balance even without the $500,000 that y'all had set aside.
Cool, thank you.
I just want to make a statement in regard to this item here, that we should not wait this long to repair some of the equipment that's been broken and causes a hazard for the workers. I know that they've gone through the year, asking for equipment to be repaired, and it took the voice of the board members to bring it up to administration instead of, taking the information from the employees. It does pose a hazard for the employees, and I hope this equipment is taken care of that needs to be repaired or replaced.
Yes, sir.
Okay, recommendation, please.
So it is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve modification of the 2018-2019 general fund balance commitments for the purchase of food service, district-wide cafeteria equipment needs identified as a priority in the amount of $350,000.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion for approval? Mr. Overfeld, seconded by Mrs. Webb. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Item 13C, consideration to approve the 2019 Summer Food Service Program, SFSP application. Mr. Arredondo and Mr. Perales.
Okay, the administration requests the consideration and approval of the 2019 Summer Food Service Program application. The Texas Health and Human Services Commission requires the operation of the Summer Food Service Program by school districts in which 50% or more of the area children are eligible for free or reduced price meals in the National School Breakfast Lunch Program during the regular school year.
Question from board members? This is the annual application that,
Annual application, it's due May the 31st.
okay. Any question from board members? Recommendation, please.
It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approves the Summer Food Service Program application.
You've heard the recommendation from administration. Is there a motion for approval? Amy Sanders, seconded by Ms. Gonzalez. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Human Resources 14A, consideration to approve the employee job description and evaluation forms for the following occupational therapists registered.
Good evening again.
Hi there, Christine.
Yes, good evening again. In your board packet, you received a job description for registered occupational therapist. In the past, this has always been a contract services. So this year, our special ed department wants to post the position to see if there's any qualified applicants. But in order to do that, we need the job description, and it is a new job description, not updated like noted on the board memo. Any questions?
Questions from board members? None? Recommendation, please.
It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the employee job descriptions and evaluation form as discussed.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion for approval? Mrs. Gonzalez, seconded by Mrs. Guanajuato Webb. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Item 14B, consideration to approve the updates to the 2018-2019 district compensation plans. Aide Garcia.
Yes, sir. There's two updates to our compensation pay plan. That first one is under teacher stipends, specifically for the literacy coach coordinator. This is a grant that was awarded to the district, and there's a minimum pay requirement by TEA. So we are going to pay the coordinator $5,000 from the grant. Yes, are there any questions?
That's a literacy coach coordinator?
It's the literacy coach coordinator.
Okay. Usually they're highlighted any changes. This is new.
It's new because it's based on grant.
Okay.
Right. And then the other change is on the summer school rates. There's two items that are crossed out. One of them is a field monitor food services, and the other one office monitor food service. These two positions have not been hired in a while because the responsibilities have been assumed by the food service office staff. And then the other change is the food service manager. Here it indicates $18, and we looked at areas around our area, and San Angelo is paying $11.75, and Eagle Pass is paying $15, so we're recommending $14.
Question from board members.
Yeah, I wondered why the big drop from 18 to 14 is that why? That's been the case for how many years?
We went back to 2007, I think it was, and it was at 18.
So the job description hasn't changed, the duties and everything, or anything?
The job description has not changed, but it doesn't match with the other pay plans that we have. For example, we have an instructional aide who gets paid $12 an hour, and they have other requirements like 60 hours college hours, and then the cafeteria managers were paying $18.
Okay. I had asked about the salary. I thought you got paid more if you worked the summer as an incentive, but that's not the case?
No, ma'am.
You just get paid?
It's a flat rate for everybody. For example, even the teachers, they get paid $25
right,
an hour.
But do these food service workers, are those the cooks, right?
They only hire in the summer food service workers, and I have
Right.
Mr. Perales here that he can explain why they hire food service
well,
workers.
The question is, do they get paid $10 during the year, during the school year, or do they get paid less during the summer? Or is it the same amount?
Well, it depends on their years of service.
Okay.
So everybody
So
is paid,
It could be less. Now, is there a way we can not vote on these two or just on one, or to consider maybe giving some more money to the workers?
We can we can make two different recommendations if it pleases the board. That's not an issue. The issue with I just want to caution the board that in the past, when we've changed the pay for one pay grade area, we've addressed all of them. So it's difficult to just address the cafeteria workers and not address the instructional aides or the custodians or anybody else who works extra in the summer. I would never make that recommendation. We've always made all the pay grades together, and for matters of consistency and good practices, we'll continue to do that. But we can definitely make two recommendations. One, the stipend that we're obligated to pay the literacy coordinator, and I say obligated because it was based on the grant. And then we can make the other one for the cafeteria managers that will work in the summer.
I think I need to make this statement. I don't think this board is in favor of lowering the $18 rate to $14. I'm just saying that, we did not establish the $18 rate. It was established by administration. And now you want for us to approve a reduction in pay. And I feel against that.
Yeah, that's my
Mr.
feeling
President,
too.
I understand that puts the board in a difficult situation, but when this rate was established, Do you have the year it was established at $18?
2007, just-
I want to say 2007.
It was 12 years ago. Our research indicated that it was based on the recommendation of the board. We're just trying to bring.
Let me see if I can help, because at the end of the day, what was presented was last meeting was in closed session. There was too large of a delta between the two different pay structures for the cafeteria workers, and that's where the objection came up, and that came up by me. I think that delta is too much.
But what
It should be softened down to what's patable, just like any other normal department would be. I don't know how it got to 18, but it can't be a 40% delta in what people make.
Well, that's why the cafeteria workers were asking for more money, since they were getting, the cafeteria workers, food service managers were getting paid $18. But what I had asked also is, does a food service manager make that much money during the year, school year? Or does it make by what do you call years of service too?
No, ma'am, they do not make $18 an hour.
Well, how come they were making it in the summer? That's what I want to know.
Because that many years ago.
Yes, but that's what I asked also. I said, do these people get paid more in the summer because as an incentive? And I was told no, that nobody gets paid more than, but apparently these were, but we don't know why. Is that correct?
Correct. Other than it was a recommendation from the board at that time, is what I've been told.
So their job description hasn't changed either. There's the same amount of work. There's always been 4 schools that they service.
Yes, 4 schools in the summer.
All
Well,
the
no,
time?
there's one cafeteria manager.
And each
for
one has a manager? And how many people are under her? How many workers? Does it
3
depend?
for each. 3.
3?
And then they
So
have.
that's how many? Who can do math real quick?
In the summer, there's a lot less meals and a manager and 2 employees. So it's
Pardon?
3. A manager and 2 workers.
Okay, but, so they don't, their workload is not more during the summer than it is during the school year?
Hello, good evening. To answer your question, ma'am, the workload is actually less in the summer due to the number of meals that are served for breakfast and lunch.
Okay, so they're getting paid less than during the.
Mr. Perales, it's my understanding though that they have to account for every student that goes in there, and normally during the year, somebody else does it, not the
Right.
manager.
Right.
Somebody else does it. Now, in the summer, they have to account for every student having their ticket.
Yes, sir. Every student or meal served is counted manually through count sheets, and it can be done by a food service worker or the manager. The 3 are needed for that purpose: 1 to oversee it, 1 to serve, and 1 to count. And that is handled with the 3 employees there. And then also, our staff, the SFE staff, are involved as well to handle like food orders, production records, things that a manager would normally do during the year. We step in and do it during the summer due to the lack of staff. We don't need that many people in the summer.
About how many people go eat lunch during the summer? Do you know roughly?
Yes, ma'am. Based on last year's summer, for example, in June, started off with breakfast at all 4 schools. We served 11,067 meals for breakfast. And at lunch, we served 13,189 meals. It decreases through July and August, down to 3,800 in July for breakfast and 6,800 for lunch, and then down 500 and then 1,400 for lunch in August due to the less days.
Okay, so.
And then the programs in the summer also don't run as long as other programs at different schools. So we usually finish with like the freshman or the high school campus that runs the longest to serve the extra meals.
Okay, thank you. That's a lot of people.
Could
That's
we
the whole
split
school-
these 2 items,
the whole
please?
city.
Dr. Luz?
Absolutely.
What is it?
We're going to split these 2 items. First one being the teacher stipend for early literacy coordinator. And the separate one will be the food service manager.
Okay.
I'll read the I'll do the recommendations under the same item. That's appropriate.
Okay, we're ready for the recommendation. Any questions? Anybody else? Okay.
It is a recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the updates to the 2018-2019 district compensation plans only in reference to the literacy specialist.
You've read the recommendation. Is there a motion for approval? This is Guanajuato Webb, seconded by Mr. Overfeld. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Next recommendation, please.
It is a recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the updates of the 2018-2019 district compensation plan to include a reduction in pay from $18 to $14 an hour for cafeteria managers employed over the summer.
You've read the recommendation from administration. Is there a motion for approval? Mr. Smith, is there a second to the motion? Mr. Overfeld, all those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. 2, 3 in favor. Against? 3 against. Motion stays the same. I mean, no action taken because there's split vote 3-3. So it stays the same.
Thank you.
Student Services, item 15A, consideration to approve the submission of an application to the Texas Education Agency for low attendance day waiver. Sandra Hernandez.
Good evening, Mr. Mesa, Dr. Rios, members of the board. In accordance with the Student Attendance Accounting Handbook, San Felipe Del Rio CISD is requesting to apply for a waiver for Del Rio Middle School to have Friday, May the 3rd, 2019 excluded from ADA and FSP funding calculations. After receiving a reported threat to student safety, Del Rio Middle School's ADA dropped on that day to 73.94%. This percentage is more than 10% points below last year's overall average attendance rate of 94% for this campus. So due to the significant difference in percentages, the district meets the eligibility to apply for the low attendance waiver. If approved, the attendance rate received on May the 3rd will be excluded from ADA and FSP funding calculations for Del Rio Middle School.
You've heard the recommendation from administration. Questions from board members? Well, you've heard the reason for a waiver. Any other questions? Mr. Overfeld?
As this reality becomes more and more of an issue, is TEA going to eventually start saying, no, sorry, that's just the world you live in? Are we worried about that happening in the future?
There hasn't been any discussions about that, Mr. Overfeld, but I do foresee that as the funding formulas change and TA may start to tighten their belt, in all cases, that affects their purse. It is a possibility, but they have not indicated that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question? Okay, recommendation, please.
Yes, sir. It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the submission of an application to the Texas Education Agency for a low attendance day waiver for Del Rio Middle School.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion for approval? Mr. Smith, seconded by Ms. Gonzalez. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
We're now under item 17. There's no items under 16. Closed session. We will go into closed session for all or any subjects and purposes permitted by sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.076, and 551.082, 551.084, 551.087 of the Texas Open Meetings Act. If a final vote is required, it will be taken upon open session We are now in closed session. The time is 11:15 p.m. Okay, the time is 12:14 a.m. We will now reconvene into open session. No action was taken in closed session. We're down to item A, 18A, Level 3 grievance, Mustang Wars Lamar Parents Committee. At this time, we will hear from the committee and give some instruction. First of all, we will have 10 minutes, and then administration will have 10 minutes. And if need be, you have a 5-minute rebuttal time. So in all, you'll have 15 minutes if you need the additional 5 minutes for a rebuttal. And the same thing will happen with administration. This time, we will hear the Level 3 grievance from the Mustang Warriors Lamar Parents Committee.
Hello, Superintendent and Board. I am Vianney Escudero with Texas Rio Grande Glade. And I'm here, we're asking that you reconsider the grievance that was filed on March 20th and vote against the dismissal of our complaint. Right now, I want to provide some exhibits to the board and for the record. So what the Mustang Warriors Lamar Parent Committee is saying is that the complaint filed on March 20th, or the grievance, sorry, filed on March 20th was actually timely filed because we're saying that there was no actual notice to these parents of Lamar students about the actions that the superintendent or the board wanted to take. So the summary of events were that on February 8th, the superintendent posted a letter on Facebook about the rumors going around. And then on February 18th, the school board has a meeting where they were going to vote on what's going to happen to Cardwell Elementary School. And then on February 25th, the superintendent posts a letter, again, describing the 3 options available in the 3 different schools that could be repurposed. And then we filed our petition on March 20th. School board has a meeting on March 25th where they vote to not repurpose Lamar. So what we're arguing is that there was no proper notice to these parents, and that means that it was timely filed. So on February 8th, the letter that was posted by the superintendent was not real notice to the parents because it didn't follow the district policy that states, which is from 2018 to 2019, and it's called District Parental Involvement Policy, and it states that the district must involve parents in the joint development of the district plan, which includes the process of school review and improvement. And it also states that this information will be given to parents in the language that they understand, which includes Spanish and English. So what we're saying is that by not following this policy, then that was not proper notice to the parents. It wasn't posted, it wasn't given in paper, it was only posted on Facebook. All those parents that didn't have Facebook or don't have internet or don't have access to Facebook and the internet would not have been able to be informed of any of that. And so then there was no notice, and so how were they supposed to know on February 8th? So February 8th could not be the date where it starts for the 15 days for these parents to file this grievance because There was no notice to these parents. So then the next date that we look at is February 18th, which is when it was up for discussion on the school board. And under the Open Meetings Act, the school board was supposed to provide for 72 hours what was gonna come up in the board. You guys know this. This happens all the time. You post the notice, and then that's what you're gonna talk about during the meeting. However, the notice only said consideration to approve the implementation of elementary rezoning and relocation of bilingual academy and early childhood Head Start programs for the 2019-2020 school year. This was not sufficient notice because, again, all those parents that didn't know what was going on, all those parents that didn't get to see the Facebook post, wouldn't have known that you guys were talking about Lamar that day. They just said, well, Cardwell, they're gonna talk about Cardwell, but that didn't include Lamar. And the Open Meetings Act requires enough consideration to appraise the subject to be discussed, and it wasn't. What was on the actual, what we're claiming that there wasn't enough information in the notice to let parents actually know that their school was gonna be the one up for the voting. And second, it said consideration, not discussion. So it wasn't gonna be a discussion with the parents. It was gonna be a vote that day. And so these parents didn't have sufficient information, they were notified. So then February 18th, again, was no notice, and that couldn't have been the date that it started. So then we go to February 25th, which again was a note from the superintendent to district members, school teachers, administrators, not to the actual parents. There was never an actual notice to the parents. They had to go around asking teachers. Teachers wouldn't give them information. Teachers were responding that they couldn't actually discuss that topic with them. And so we're saying that because there was no notice, then timeliness will not be able to start until March 25th, when it was actually for a vote and people were here. And you were saying that Lamar, the superintendent said, okay, then I'm gonna recommend Lamar instead of the other two, which was way after we had filed the grievance on March 20th. Further, the Texas Education Code requires all districts to develop policies and procedures that involve parents, students enrolled in the district, and community members. And this all includes the BQ local policy that you guys have and the BQA local policy. And under both of those policies, you have to include the parents. And what we're saying is that you never included them or gave them notice of what was going on, and you didn't include these parents. And so this is a very important decision that was going to impact these parents because it's the school and education of their children. And so you should have involved the parents in this decision-making process, and we're asking that you say that it was timely made, because when we filed it on March 20th, on March 19th, 18th, 17th, 16th, 15th, from the day that the first letter was sent out, there was no real notice. And so then the timeliness from when they should have known doesn't really start, because we're saying it's an ongoing claim that happens every day that they don't get notified. Now I want to reserve the remaining of my time to let my client have a few words.
You have 2 minutes left. 2 minutes.
Good evening or good morning. This will be pretty quick. I had it written down, but I pretty much know what I want to say. Basically, I just want to thank you for not repurposing Lamar into Cardwell. The only thing I can say really is that it impacted me in a way that I stayed pretty untrusting of the school board and its decision making. And also the administration at Lamar Elementary, due to the fact that we never received an official notice a letter. We receive letters for everything under the sun. Picture day, field trips. Oh, okay, bring this letter home. If my daughter comes home and says, Mom, this is going to happen, I said, where's the note? Show me the note. Show me the letter. I'm a full-time working mom, and so is my husband. We rely on these letters. We rely on Class Dojo. We rely on the phone calls. We rely on these things to know what's going on. And at the time, we never received anything. To this day, we've never received anything from the school, from Lamar School Administration, even ever acknowledging what happened. So I can say that at the beginning and finding out on Facebook, I don't think that that was a proper way to find out, which was on Facebook, which to me was just started off as a rumor. So I thought, well, this is just a rumor because I haven't received a note from the principal, a letter, nothing. So this can't be true. When it was known to me that this was in fact true, that's when anger set in, because I felt this was very important. Whenever we read the letter, of course I have Facebook, of course I have internet in my home, I have Wi-Fi, I have all that. But right away, I thought there's a lot of parents out there that don't even know that this is happening. And of course, we mobilized parents together so that we can let other parents know. Teachers were basically afraid to speak up or say anything to us because they were told by Lamar School principal that they couldn't talk about this, that they couldn't talk to us about any of this during school hours. So everything had to be done in the evening, and let me just finish this sentence real quick. I just want something to be mandatory of every school administration to notify the parents of something as drastic as this. That's all I want to come out of this. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll hear from legal counsel.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Joe Hoffer. I'm the district's legal counsel, and I'll be responding on behalf of the administration. On March 25th, Dr. Rios issued his level 2 grievance decision, and he based his decision on board policy GF local. Board policy GF local is the right of remonstrance. It gives the public the right to file a complaint, and the board is to stop, look, and listen to that complaint. But your policy is a standard policy that is adopted statewide, and it says that the timelines must be strictly followed. It's not optional, it's mandatory. And it also says that the complaint can be dismissed at any time if the hearing officer determines that the matter is untimely filed. And Dr. Rios, based on the February 8th and then February 18th action, determined that a complaint filed on March 20th was not filed within the policy's requirement of 15 days. Therefore, he dismissed it as untimely filed, which again is required under policy. They are alleging that there's a continuing violation. However, the Commissioner of Education has ruled in the case of Ysleta Teachers Association and Terry Sanchez versus Ysleta ISD, similar facts, a community grievance. The commissioner said that the district, by its own terms, cannot reasonably be interpreted as incorporating any type of continuing violation doctrine. So there is no continuing violation doctrine. And then it says, but even if the policy could be reasonably interpreted to include continuing violation, the district has not interpreted its policy in that manner, and a school district's reasonable interpretation of its own policy is binding, and the commissioner's hearing officer or administrative judge cites several cases. And then they say, since respondent's policy does not incorporate a continuing violation doctrine, petitioner could only prevail on this issue by attacking the policy itself. Petitioners have identified neither statute nor case law that would require a school grievance policy, in this case GF, contain continuing violation provisions. That is the exact same policy that you have in place that was at issue in that case. You do not have a continuing violation policy. The board has historically upheld the timeliness decisions because it's mandatory. It says shall be dismissed based on timeliness. Just because the grievance is dismissed based on timeliness doesn't mean that the community doesn't have input, doesn't mean that you as a board don't listen, don't explore, doesn't mean the administration doesn't continue to do its due diligence on this issue that is of extreme importance to the community. And I know in speaking with the administration, I'm confident those discussions are continuing to happen. I know this board has taken significant time this evening to deliberate these matters separate from GF, the grievance policy. But it's the administration's position that based on the statutes, the policy, the decision of the commissioner, in the plain language of your policy that the timeliness decision at level 2 should be upheld or other appropriate action taken. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Would you need 5 minutes for rebuttal? If you do, would you come up to the podium?
I just have one more thing to say, is that yes, this was an ongoing, but even if you don't want to count it as an ongoing thing, the policy, the GF local policy states 15 days of the date the individual knew. What we're saying is not only that was it an ongoing thing, but when were they actually supposed to know? From what we're saying is that there was no notice to them. How were they supposed to know? And so what we're saying is that they couldn't have known until the March 25th, which was after the date of March 20th when we filed the grievance. And so we're saying that even then, we did do a timely grievance because these parents couldn't have known because nobody was telling them anything. So that's why we're asking the board to reverse the dismissal. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hopper.
The standard in the policy is knew or should have known. It's not just knew, but knew or should have known, just for a point of clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, hearing the grievance, I will ask the board if there's any motion at this time. Hearing no motion on the level 3 grievance. The level 3 stands as presented by administration. We move on to item B, consideration and take action to terminate an employee Chapter 21 contract. Dr. Rios?
Yes, Mr. Mesa. Let me flip to that page, I apologize. Under item 18A, consider and take action to terminate employee Chapter 21 contract. The recommendation, superintendent moves to approve the proposed termination of the Chapter 21 contract employee as discussed in closed session.
You've heard the recommendation from administration. Is there a motion for approval? Motion from Mr. Smith. Is there a second to the motion? Mr. Overfeld, all those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Item C, consideration to approve the personnel report to include the following: new hires, district vacancies, retirements, resignations. Saide Garcia.
Good evening. It is the recommendation of the administration for the Board of Trustees to approve the following new personnel: Ada Trevino, kindergarten teacher for Dr. Lonnie Green Elementary; Mallory Albers, special education teacher for Garfield Elementary; Katie Stallings, third grade teacher for Garfield Elementary; Karina Santos, fourth grade teacher for Garfield Elementary; Lucy Van Gotham, art teacher for Garfield Elementary; Carla Dominguez, third grade bilingual teacher for Garfield Elementary; Kelly Lurnham, second grade teacher for Roberto Bobby Barrera Step Magnet; Adriana Martinez, social studies teacher for San Felipe Memorial Middle School; Ashley Tankersley, math teacher for San Felipe Memorial Middle School; and Tiffany Guerrero, ELA teacher for Del Rio Middle School.
You've heard the recommendation from administration. Is there a motion for approval? Mrs. Amy Sanders, seconded by Mrs. Guanajuato Webb. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Consideration, item D, consideration to approve salary adjustments to include, but not limited to, the following, as discussed in closed session: service credit, salary matrix adjustment. Saide Garcia.
It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the salary adjustments as discussed in closed session.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion for approval? Mr. Josh Overfeld, seconded by Ms. Guanajuato Webb. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Item E, consideration to approve the position of Coordinator Career and Technical Education for the CTE Department. Javier Garcia.
It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve Ms. Christy Barrera for Coordinator Career and Technical Education for the CTE Department.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion for approval? Mr. Overfelt, seconded by Mr. Smith. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Item F, consideration to approve the position for Administrator Special Populations for the Special Education Department. Javier Garcia.
It is a recommendation of administration that the Board of Trustees approve Mrs. Monica Luna in the position of Special Populations Administrator for the Special Education Department.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion for approval? Okay, Amy Sanders, and seconded by Mrs. Diana Gonzalez. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. I think I'm going to abstain because I'm related. Okay, an abstention, and 3, 4, 5, 5 yes. Motion carries. Item G, consideration to approve teacher and rehire contracts. Javier Garcia.
Yes, sir. It is a recommendation of administration that the Board of Trustees approve the teacher and retiree contracts as discussed in closed session.
You've heard the recommendation from administration. Is there a motion for approval? Mr. Smith, seconded by Mrs. Sanders. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. We're getting there. Consideration to approve the pending administrator and professional contracts. Javier Garcia.
Yes, sir. It is a recommendation of administration that the Board of Trustees approve the administrator and professional contract as discussed in closed session.
You've heard the recommendation from administration. Is there a motion for approval? Mr. Overfelt, seconded by Mrs. Guanajuato Webb. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. There being no other items on the agenda, I will entertain a motion for adjournment. Mr. Overfelt, seconded by Amy Sanders. All those in favor, please indicate by. Motion carries. We are adjourned. Good night, everyone.